some damage here. Oh, yeah, outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do you.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa huhuenga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of this, the 2025 Summerset National Fours, broadcasting live from the beautiful Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, and for the next 4 days I'm going to be joined in commentary by Dave Edwards, who's done a lot in bowls, including being the head coach of the New Zealand team, so looking forward to some interesting insight from Dave. And can you talk us through what are we going to expect to see this first game here we've got on this broadcast ring?
Well, thanks very much for the welcome. I'm really looking forward to this 4 days. It's going to be brilliant. Looks like the weather's going to behave itself for us, which is fantastic. And I'm really excited. Can't wait to get into it. Look, we've got two very, very well-performed teams in our first round game here. Remember, this is section play in the fours. All teams play 3 games today and 3 tomorrow, and they've got to win 4 out of those 6 games to qualify for post-section. So our second round match-up today sees the team skipped by Adam Blucher up against the team skipped by Finbar McGuigan. So Adam Blucher from the Te Atatu Club in Auckland, and his teammates are all from the Mount Albert Club. So Adam Blucher at skip with Nick Thompson at 3, Nevin Gregicevic at 2, and Zoran Bartulovic is the lead.
Beautiful pronunciation there as well, Dave.
Been practicing all night. Yeah, no, look, a couple of very big names actually, especially Gregicevic. A lot of people remember Nevin's father, Nick Gregicevic, an Auckland stalwart of the game. Yes, and then the other team, Finbar McGuigan at skip with Robbie Bird at 3, Stephen and John Bryan, the brothers at the front end of the team. So, yep, we're in for a rip snorter of a game. Finbar, of course, from the Stokes Valley Club, and Stephen and John also play out of the Stokes Valley Club. Robbie Bird from Nainai, as we see things are underway. Looking forward to this. Should be good.
Absolutely. It is 18 ends, remember, and a 3-hour time limit, so it's possible for these games to go quite some time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Be interesting to watch.
I do enjoy a good game of fours, there's no two ways about it. I'm sure we're in for some real good games here, because the good thing about fours is it's when you get two teams playing well, it can be such a strategic and brilliant to watch how skips build heads, place bowls strategically, etc. And it's a real game of chess, and that's why and it used to be, and I'm not sure whether it still is classed as the elite of the sport. The fours format was always seen as the top of the tree. I'm not quite. It's sort of perhaps losing its luster a bit now, with a lot of other formats of the game taking over. But there's no two ways about it. For us purists of the game, there's nothing quite like a good game of fours.
I totally agree, and we've got all the right pieces in this match to see one of those. Interesting. We see Adam Blucher skipping this second round game. In the first round, Nick Thompson skipped, and they were unsuccessful. They didn't win their first game of section play, so that Auckland composite team have decided to change early, and will be intriguing to see if that makes a difference to their efforts.
See Stephen Bryan with his second bowl on it. 2 pretty good ones from Stephen. They still 1 down at the moment, but 2 good handy bowls from Stephen to give the rest of his team something to play with and at.
This from Nick Thompson. Oh, yeah, good shot. He's had a lot of success in the Auckland region, has Nick. I think he's on about 7 Auckland titles now. He won the Open Auckland Centre Pairs this year with Mark Poser, who's been a very good cricket player in his time. And that was on top of, I think he might have won 2 or 3 other Auckland pairs with Gary Cotton, Dave, who plays out at the Howitt Club nowadays. So he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely, and so does the skip Adam Blucher, a name that pops up reasonably regularly at national events around the country. And so the back end of this team obviously pretty experienced and pretty solid.
Actually looking like Nick's gone right down to the 2 position here.
Yes. So Nick playing 2 and Nevin at 3. With Zoran still leading and Adam Blucher the skip. So we see Robbie Bird's second attempt. Not too bad.
They do have stickers on their bowls. The red team have got the burgundy stickers and the blue team have blue stickers. So that makes it a little bit easier to see this in this game of 4s. You have to concentrate sometimes because you've got so many bowls on the head. Oh, lovely effort.
So you can see up in the top left hand corner, yep, the Adam Blucher's got the red stickers, team's got the red stickers, and Finbar McGuigan the blue ones. And at the moment, it's the Nick Blucher side that are holding a couple at least, I think. Just looking to see if it's 3, but those bowls to the left of the jack there as we look at the screen are the 3, well, definitely 2 shots and possibly a 3rd one.
It's interesting because there's not really a clear path. Ordinarily, if you were 3 down, we would say, oh, Finbar will be looking to hit this, but because we've got short bowls down the centre line, there's not an easy way through.
The other thing that may be making him a bit hesitant to use too much weight is he's only got 1 bowl of the head, but this is close. He's going to find it. Just about found the hole, but he's made it better. Definitely made it better. He's still 1 down, but a bit of room now. Yeah,
and you can see it's Nick Thompson's bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack and essentially level that is the shot. So Finbar would back himself to draw within that. A beautiful day here.
Yep, no complaints from the players about anything today. The greens are always immaculate here at Burnside, and the weather is very much playing its part. It's a stunning day out there, so we see a very, very good bowl there from Adam Blucher, drawing a 2nd shot.
Yeah, classy first bowl, isn't it? First up, and you're left with an open draw at skip. It's a nice feeling to deliver a bowl that close to the jack,
especially off centre as well, having to add that factor into his calculations when he delivered the bowl. The jack had been shifted off the centre of the rink, and wow, Finbar dropping way short there with his last bowl.
We really should be seeing a 3 here on this first end. Oh, stalking after it, this one. Yeah, that's lovely bowls. We'll just wait for confirmation on how many shots that was.
Looked like 3, didn't it? And what a great start from Adam Blucher, and maybe already vindicating the decision to swap the team around a little bit and put Adam at skip. Played 2 exceptional draw bowls with these first 2 bowls of the game, and they lead 3-0 after the first end.
Shirt is too short, eh? Yeah, they're too short. Too short. Unbelievable. Hey? He did. Oh no.
Batulovic on the forehand with his first ball. And it's not a bad opener. Not a bad opener at all. You can't get a much better than that. So the Bryan brothers, this is John at lead for the Stokes Valley team. And Stephen plays at 2. Stephen actually, even though he is playing out of the Stokes Valley Club, is now domiciled on the Gold Coast in Australia.
Oh, what a horrible place to be.
Isn't it? Plays a lot of his bowls, well, plays his bowls now at the Broadbeach Club there on the Gold Coast. But has come home to team up with the guys for the New Zealand Nationals.
Very good, mate.
Oh, that's lovely bowling there, Zoran. Perfect leading, isn't it? 2 bowls right on the jack.
Absolutely brilliant. He probably a little bit disappointed that he just touched his first bowl and popped the jack away from his first bowl. However, 2 excellent lead bowls. That's what you want a lead to do, time in and time out. As close as you can with their 2 bowls, and he's certainly done that there.
Nick on his forehand. Keen-eyed viewers may note that he's playing with an older set of bowls. Nick Thompson, they're Greenmaster
Premiers.
Premiers?
Yes,
Yeah,
Greenmaster
yeah.
Premier, yeah.
He's had them, I think they're just about 20 years old. And every year, every season, he talks about changing and then he'll win a centre title. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's so true. And they were a popular bowl, most definitely. Not around as much these days, but they were a very popular bowl, and this is a good-looking bowl here from Stephen Bryan. What a great effort that is, and he's dislodged the jack nicely and claimed the shot. Superb weight he played there, just round that short bowl, and disturbed the head to the benefit of his team. Very, very good bowl.
Yeah, classy stuff. You've turned around the head. It would have been not unusual to see those lead bowls hang around for the end sometimes. Nice bowl from Nick Thompson.
Very good reply.
Yeah, old one.
A little bit tight this time.
There you go. That's a bowl that's seen some stuff, hasn't it? Although, how well have I done with the matching of the sticker to the bowl colour?
Sticker to the bowl. You can't even notice the sticker on there, hardly.
Perfect.
Yes, very well done, that man.
Entirely accidental.
Oh, Nev.
Nevin.
Not quite going to get past that short bowl. Yeah, the Nevin and Zoran both using the aerodynamic bowl, and then Nick with the Greenmaster Premier, and Adam himself is using a Taylor SR. So a variety of bowls amongst those 4 players.
Absolutely. Interesting that the lead and the 3 for the Auckland composite team will have tighter bowls, won't they? With those dynamics, they tend not to take quite as much green. And Adam being very clear there, just asking for a few metres on. Oh, he's got to be in the area here.
He is very much in the area. If he clears his own front bowl, he's not going to find the hole.
Oh.
Is he? Oh, dear.
You're joking sometimes, eh?
That's the first we'll see of many bowls that'll find the holes, and we sometimes wonder how on earth it happens. But in fact, a little story about one time we were playing in a game, and as we see Robbie a bit narrow here, rolled one of his own team's bowls a bit closer, but still just the one to the Finbar McGuigan skip team. We one of the players in the game we were playing had a drive, and it went through a hole that we just all agreed was not there. So when at the completion of the end, there was no change.
Yes.
And we tried to fit the bowl in the hole just as an exercise to see, and it wouldn't go through. The only thing we could put it down to was that because it was a drive, as it got to the hole, we think it might have just jumped a centimetre or so off the green, off the running surface, which was enough to let it go through the hole. It was quite extraordinary.
I wouldn't have taken that very well, I don't think, if I was the one who delivered the drive shot. Bizarre. Trying to bounce back from a 3 on the first end.
Holding the shot, and he's in a pretty good line here. How's his speed? He's just got to drop underneath. Well, he landed the second shot bowl and stayed there, so he might have very well made it 3 here. That could very well be 3 now, so there could be a bit of aggression here from Adam Blucher. Yes, Nevin is asking for some controlled weight, looking for the two of the shot bowls that are closest together here.
If he holds on, oh, he's not going to. He could get a bit of luck. No, it's nothing. Perfect speed that was too from Adam Blucher. And an opportunity to bounce right back for this Wellington team. Amazing how quickly it can happen, isn't it? You know, you'd be thinking, I've got a 3 on the first end.
And that gives you a big lift, you know. You've got a 3 and what a great start. And then to go and concede a 3, possibly a 4 if Finbar draws another one. Just brings you back down to earth with a thud pretty quickly.
This is the sort of bowl that a player of Finbar's calibre is now, the Blackjacks. I might be putting a commentator's curse on him, and I have done so, but ordinarily we would see that's the difference between our Blackjacks players and the rest of us who can play bowls, but maybe not quite as good as that. When you have a 3, you're bouncing back, you just wouldn't miss the bonus bowl. Every opportunity there is to rub salt into the wound, they tend to do so.
Yep, the top players, they do. I think that the big thing I always used to say about the difference between us mere mortals and the top classy players is that they play fewer loose ones. We're just as capable of having some good bursts of brilliance as players ourselves, but we'll always throw in a few roughies. But that's the difference. The top players reduce the number of rough bowls that they play, and that's the big difference. That's what sets them apart.
It's a nice start there. I think it was a 3. We'll put 3 on the scoreboard and wait to be proved wrong for the Wellington composite team.
Yes, you mentioned that Finbar is a blackjack now, made his debut last year but played in the recent Trans-Tasman series against Australia.
He took his opportunity. He was capped around, it was in January last year, wasn't it, when we had that Trans-Tasman and we had Ali Forsyth have to withdraw from that, and he was given that opportunity to step up, and he hasn't looked back. Finbar, and I mean, he'd been knocking on the door for a number of years and features at the pointy end of national competitions. This seems to be the norm for our high performance squad.
He was in some of the underage squads that we had when I was involved with the high performance squad. He was definitely, so he's come up through the ranks, as you would say, and now earned the big cap up with the big boys.
It was definitely a 3 there, so we're 3 apiece after 2 ends here. Got plenty more bowls for you to watch. We've got another game today of section play, 2 games tomorrow, 2 games after that, and then the women's final followed by the men's final on the finals day here at Burnside. Been led to believe the weather will be fine, so looking forward to that.
Isn't it great? We've got in some, obviously the streaming that you guys do, but Sky Sport getting involved as well is just fantastic. And of course, at the moment we're getting spoilt rotten because we've got this event on, of course, but then at the same time we can wander home after this finishes and put our feet up and watch the BPL from Australia as well, which is always a high class, high energy, fast paced, very enjoyable watch as well with the quality of teams.
Yeah, it's quite possible you could literally watch from 12 o'clock to 12. You could watch 12 hours of
12
bowls.
hours, you could if you wanted to.
Oh.
Absolutely. Brilliant.
I'd be impressed if anyone can manage that. So Nick with his first bowl was past the head with perfect line, so just trying to pull the weight off a little. Coming in this direction, this Auckland team seem to be finding it better. I know it's only the second time they've played this way, but holding two.
Yes, the front two for Finbar have gone AWOL a little bit on this end. Robbie Bird looks like he's making up for it though with this bowl. Once again he finds a hole though.
Second time. Gogicevic didn't get it away as nicely as he might have liked, so usually that means the bowl will fall short, which it has done so. Those are the ones you know the moment you let them go.
So Robbie just needs to some adjustment on his line here. His speed was pretty good last time, but he looks like he might have just dropped the speed off of this one. It's going to get hooked up with one of his own team's short bowls.
I suppose at least they've got third and fourth shot at 12 and 5.
Yep. See what this hand's like. Not many bowls have been played down this side of the rink coming this way. Well, I mean, we're only on the second attempt at coming in this direction, but looks to be a nice draw there as well. Just didn't have the running. Look at that stunning day here in Christchurch.
Oh, just magnificent stuff. Sky is blue.
Greens are green.
So on and so forth. It's perfect. And not really a breath of wind. I went down before we went on to the broadcast just to watch some of the bowls, and it's a perfect day really because there's not that much wind around the place. Your bowls aren't going to get blown left, right and centre. It's just between you and the bowl.
Yeah, biggest enemy of us bowlers is that jolly wind. Unfortunately, we live in a country that tends to have a little bit of that. As Finbar looks very close here. He's played a bomb here. He's played a bomb here.
That's just outstanding, isn't it? Literally a perfect bowl, and it's protected because we've got 5 short bowls. So they'll be thinking, well, is there a way we can get through to it? Not really. If you tried to play the backhand, which is to the right of your screen, I'd imagine the jack will move with the bowl, which is no good for the Auckland team.
I think this is the right call here to play the forehand, looking to come down underneath their own short white ball there. He looks a bit white bowl. He looks a bit wide here. Had probably reasonably good speed because just over the draw, underneath that white bowl, looking for a little bit of jack movement. But yep, just played it too wide, mind you. First time he's played that down that side of the rink, so he would have learnt from that, and he'll know that he can't afford to go that wide next time. Is he here this time? Is he here this time?
Little feather. Oh. Well, he's opened up a port, sort of. Not really. I got a bit excited while I didn't see the shortest bowl.
Oh, they're looking at that port that you're talking about now, are they?
There's almost space. Adams, we've seen Adam play a little bit on broadcast now, and he's not afraid to be aggressive. He may even use Finbar's last bowl, that short one that sits at 1 o'clock inside out, and try and cannon both the bowls out. Be interesting.
To me, he looks like he's keen on playing with a lot more speed and looking to straight down on his forehand.
Yeah, he's going to be quick here. This could be quite exciting.
He's going to be super quick.
Oh dear.
Oh, he got a bit lucky there, and he straight away, good sportsmanship, turned around and apologised to Finbar. The jack went straight back, didn't kill, and I see John Bryan has picked the mat up, so it must have been the Wellington team that had the back bowls, and we'll see how many of them there were when they put the score up. I don't think the jack killed. I think it went straight back into the ditch. So
yeah, it looked like it just went straight back at him wide and very quick, so his bowl came across at such a sharp angle off the wide bowl. As you said, we'll just wait to see how many that was. Yeah, look at this. Off target, off that one. Bang!
Oh, the jack went
oh,
dear.
Oh,
No, it did hit a back bowl and went out. Straight away, good
he
got a bit lucky there, and he straight away, good sportsmanship, was killed.
Well, brilliant replay work that was from Harry. That's fantastic stuff.
So,
and one second team. There we go. You can see that bowl levelish.
So dead end replayed. So we're playing the third end all over again. Originally, as I say, the jack was heading straight back, but hit one of the back bowls and ricocheted off the rink. So
just explains the hand up, just to say, sorry. I say it most times we're on a broadcast, but I must say, I find the higher level bowls, so these are two very good teams, and when we watch the international players, I've always found the sportsmanship is almost there more than what you might find at a club level, or when you might play a gala day. The sportsmanship sometimes doesn't exist quite as much as what we see at this level. It's always nice to see just a bit of mutual respect.
The etiquette of the game sometimes goes out the door a little bit with some of the newer players, and you're right about as we see a super trail by Stephen Bryan. That was a little bit lucky. He ran into the jack with a bit too much speed, but it's worked out as a great bowl for his team.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, he was lucky to be through the middle of the jack there. Nick Thompson on a good line.
Very good, mate. Yeah, find the port, you get used good.
Bowls are so much nicer to look at nowadays, aren't they? In the days of the brown and black bowls.
So the Wellington combination holding one shot here. I think the second shot, has got a red disc on it.
One down, yeah.
Yes, you're right. It was interesting just flicking through some New Zealand bowler magazines, and there's a big article in there about from years and years ago about how there was an event held where there were coloured bowls used, but only for that event, just to help it was televised and to help the TV viewers. But yes, it was almost frowned upon back in those days. But now, yes, it's fantastic to see the coloured bowls, the coloured clothing. Look at that. That just great angle there. Look at the beautiful surface that they're playing on.
Yeah, I mean, you think about if we've got any Northern Hemisphere viewers tuning in, it's quite a different view when you look at the grass green. You can see that, so it's Maniatoto, isn't it? So essentially a waterweed, how small the little leaves are. It's all compressed in, so you're essentially playing on a snooker table like surface, whereas if this was the northern hemisphere and we're on the shot, you'd see the almost the tuffets of grass.
I think one of the best ways I've heard it described, someone who went to the Northern Hemisphere and played with the internationally for the first time, thought that it looked like their bowls had flat tyres, because they actually just the bottom part of the bowl sunk down into the grass just ever so slightly, and their bowl looked like it had a flat tyre. As we see a very good shot here from Robbie Bird.
There, mate.
I think he's...
That's all good. Roll enough. Only.
I think they're still only holding the one, the Wellington team. Let's just see what Nevin does here.
We saw Nevin be quite aggressive with his previous bowl. He's just on that wide side again. Be a few down.
Are they, or is that
I think
the middle bowl on the centre line? Is that a blue disc bowl too? Is it, or is that a red disc bowl?
I think I see 3 blue discs.
Okay, righto, I'll take your word for it. But I'm looking at the short bowl. The one in the middle is red disc. Look, on the top of it, it's a red disc.
Well, then why was he hitting it?
I don't know quite what's going on.
It makes
there,
it quite confusing.
It almost looks like it's...
Oh, you're right. No, it
Yes.
is red disc.
Yeah.
So they were attacking it for... Maybe it was to get a bigger number at the back from Blucher and
It
Co.
looks like it might almost be shot to the Adam Blucher team.
Well, I'm hopelessly confused about the shot selection.
So am I.
Because we saw Finbar is attacking there. So obviously the situation is the blue disc bowls, this team here, one down.
One down.
And we've seen Nevin drive and then play a run shot. So there must be a shot on
worth something.
a big
Yeah, if
number.
they can get perhaps if they get the E-shot bowl onto the jack and it goes back, they must have the back bowls, and we can see there they've got a couple of back bowls. So that might have been what they were looking to do.
And an indication they're hunting for shots, I suppose.
Yep.
Maybe when you're feeling confident and you get those through, this is going.
Oh, he's lucky he knocked it onto the actual shot bowl. Otherwise, he's now given Finbar a chance though. Finbar plays with a metre of weight to that
You get it,
bowl
mate.
of Robbie Bird's, the bright blue bowl of Robbie Bird's there, and he'll pop. He can pop the shot bowl off the head.
That'll cannon out very easily. No danger.
Yeah, well,
There's no
mate.
danger because the jack's not going back.
I still think you've got a chance. You can pop them straight through.
There we go.
Thank you, Robbie. That just nestled against the bowl.
So playing with a little bit of weight, looking for his own team's blue bowl, and he's close here.
He's done
close.
it. Oh, it's still unlucky.
Oh, he was unlucky. Locked on the other blue bowl. Didn't notice that angle that it was going to actually lock there. So
There, draw. Underneath that.
the Adam Blucher skip team are going to score on this end unless there's a catastrophe here from his last bowl. Holding the shot, looking to add the bonus shot. Needs to be underneath these 2 short bowls out here, but he's a bit too heavy more than anything.
It's that little bit overcooked, but it's going to be 1 on this end. So the score now 4-3 to Adam Blucher and Co. after 3 ends.
So we mentioned the bowls that were being used by the team from Auckland, but the Wellington guys, the back end players, both Robbie Bird and Finbar McGuigan, using Dreamline XGs, Henselite Dreamline XGs, and the front 2, the Bryan brothers, using Taylor GTRs. So it's a real mixture of bowls types that we have in this game.
All trying to do the same thing though. You get as close as you can. Well, this bowl don't think it's quite going to make it.
Handy-ish though, handy-ish. It's a hitter-upperer.
Is that the technical term?
Hitter-upperer. Anything shorter than that and it's a bit too short, but that one is, at least it's a usable bowl.
Holding a long time, this one.
John just not quite settling into the speed of the rink yet. He's been playing a little bit of unders and overs. We haven't seen a lot of the chess part of the game of fours as yet from these guys, and that comes down to the fact that they're not all playing particularly well yet. It's when you've got two good fours that are all 8 players are on song, playing their roles. That's when you can have an awesome game of fours. But hopefully these guys will, as they get more into the game, will pick it up a bit, and we'll see a little bit of that. But much better effort here from John. He's going to snag the jack as he just touched it on the way past. But as I said, a little bit of unders and overs from John. Can't absolutely nail it just yet.
Yeah, it becomes frustrating as a player too, doesn't it? Because you're usually getting your line okay, and you just can't quite find the weight right. You go, oh, I haven't reached it with my first one, so I need to make sure I'm there with my second, and you go flying past. This would make it 2 to the Auckland Composite team if Nick's bowl gets down. He's very comfortable in that 2 position in a 4. Nick Thompson, when he's played into centre for Auckland, he's tended to be either the lead of the pair or the 2 and the 4, and a very effective one at that. This is a nice bowl, little feather.
A little bit of luck there. It's interesting. Because he didn't have enough green there on that occasion, Stephen, with his first bowl, and I was chatting to the 4 Wellington guys downstairs before they started, and how's it all going, guys? And Finbar, the first thing he said to me was, tell Stephen to take some green.
Oh, he was listening then.
Well, he wasn't really, because he was a bit narrow that time again, as we see a pretty good reply here. Just going to go around the outside of the shot bowls. Yeah, so we'll see whether Stephen takes a bit more green this time. It's interesting. It was an interesting conversation, because Stephen talked about how he had his bowls, he felt he needed to take a slightly tighter line to what the other guys were taking, and it brought up an interesting scenario for me, because a number of players who change their bowls and get narrower lined bowls and immediately stop taking green, because they get fixated with the idea, I've changed my bowls, I've got a tighter line bowl now, and all of a sudden they stop taking green, and they wonder why their bowls are going hooping across the centre line. And it was something that I always used to say to players when they change their bowl. Yeah, I've gone to a bowl that's a bit tighter line. Remember, you've still got to take green. You know, they just had a fixation in their head. I've got tighter line bowls. I don't need to take as much green. And yeah, the bowl still turns.
It's been interesting to watch over the last 10 years. I think, in the time I've been in the sport, there was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the very narrow bowls became popular, I would say, but we seem to be bouncing back almost in the other direction. Our players down in the southern hemisphere, never really happened in the northern hemisphere because of the greens, but the southern hemisphere players, we tend to be going, actually we do need a bowl that turns, particularly if we think about the 3s and skips here. This bowl, you need to be able to draw around the short stuff. If you've got a tight line bowl, how are you going to do it?
Absolutely, you're dead right.
You have to go up the middle.
It's so true, and it's good to see that players are going back to the wider bowl. I didn't enjoy the game for a few years there when the bowls were getting narrow, and it was just it was just sort of shunting up the middle of the rink, and it wasn't as enjoyable to play or watch as we see a great bowl here from Robbie Bird. His first one he won't want to remember, but he's made amends for it and added a third shot, holding 3 now, the Wellington team.
An excellent correction.
But yes, and I remember, you know, even talking to the great Karen Murphy one day, she was saying how disappointed she was with the way bowls got narrower and narrower and narrower, and it created, it took such a big chunk of skill out of the game. But now that we're going back to the more, and eventually players started to learn that when there was a wall in front of them, well, I can't get round it because this bowl won't come back, you know. And so players started to realise that they actually did want some turn out of their bowl, and it's good to see that that's happened, and we're back to some good turning bowls these days.
So it turned into the Northern Hemisphere game, didn't it? Because their game's all about shunting bowls up. You can't draw around bowls up there because it's so slow. And I think one of the special things about, particularly New Zealand, but Australia too, is on greens like this where they're 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds, you can see some really good skill in drawing around the head and back. So this one joins the short bunch. So still 3 down, Adam Bluchat.
His last bowl coming up.
Nothing to hit.
Really, he is looking at that gap underneath the blue bowl, I think, but no, I don't think that's the best option. I think he's just got to try and draw this. No, he's having a runner up through that.
He could use a bowl. He could use this.
He could get a... Nearly another bit of luck. For once.
Your heart's in your mouth as the opposition when you see a bowl flying up and it's wide, heading for something that's short.
Can Finbar add the bonus here? He's on a wide line, but nothing wrong with that. When you're holding shots, it's always good to be a bit wider, and he's close to drawing another one, is he? I can have a look at it.
1, 2, 3 conceded at least. Matt's down already. He's walked up a little bit.
Robbie's decided to measure it. Could be a 4 here. Okay, so we'd expect to see these guys starting to settle into their work a little bit now. We've had 4, looks like it's just the 3. We've had 4 ends now, and so they've all been, not only had their own bowls to learn from, but they've been watching their, as we see this near miss from Adam. Down through the hole. Oh my. Holds for bowls again. Luckily for the McGuigan team that he found the hole on that occasion. But yeah, these guys should be starting to, not only their own bowls that they've been learning from, but they should have been watching their teammates and the oppositions as well. Just now starting to sort the lines out, feeling the speed. We should start to see some improved play from all of these guys. And that's probably one of the best bowls that John Bryan has produced in the game, so he might be settling into his work.
You'll be happy with that. It's interesting, I think the mat's been pulled up a little bit, and perhaps that from John's point of view is just thinking, I won't make a dramatic change, but it'll be a change to me to see if he can just get his leading under control. That's a nice return there from Zoran.
In here, mate. Close. Everything you can on that line, mate. Push, push. You got another one, so good.
You'd be disappointed with that.
Just that maddening inconsistency, isn't it, when you're playing?
I think just about every end he's had one short and one over. The one that's over in this end is very handy and is a good bowl, but yeah, most of the ends that we've played so far, he's been one short, one heavy.
Yes, Levo.
So there is some pretty good experience at the back end of this Wellington 4, most definitely, with Finbar. Of course, he's got 7 centre titles, as has Robbie Bird in the Wellington centre. Both got 7 centre titles, and Robbie seems to think he's in the 40s with his club titles.
Only 40?
Yes. And Finbar also 7 centre titles, and he says, I think I'm in the dozen or 15 club titles, something around about that. So the back end of this 4 has definitely got lots of experience, and
I think it's knowing how to win, isn't it, as we see this bowl. Yeah, that's a good bowl from Nick.
very good. Handy, nice posse.
We talk about centre titles a lot, and I suppose to explain what that means for overseas viewers or someone if you've not played a lot of bowls before, New Zealand is divided. I think we've got about 26 districts, 26 centres, regional from the far north down to Southland, and the role of the centre is to administer the sport to clubs that are affiliated to it, and also run centre championships. So every centre runs centre championships, and they participate in the national inter-centre, and a lot of them send their inter-club winners through. So it's the sort of what we play in our domestic season here in New Zealand, and to win a centre championship is the goal of every club bowler, really. It's it can be the pinnacle of your regional domestic bowls. That one's square.
Very good, mate. Well played.
Yeah, nice shot. Lovely bowl from Nick.
What do you think? You follow him down.
Further to
draw there.
Oh, just
Up to
listen.
you. Yeah. Even if you land that, that's good.
Just been asked the players for. And further to that, Dave, we're the only country in the bowling world that awards gold stars as well. So and it goes through all levels of the sport. If you win 5 national titles, you get a gold star. 5 centre titles, you get a gold star, and a lot of clubs.
Better, mate.
Where'd the jack go?
Good.
Well, it's not worse.
1 down to 1 down.
A lot of clubs have gold stars as well, so that's just the way
Play
we
down there,
acknowledge
mate.
success.
Try that. Yeah, underneath.
Unusual release of the bowl from Nevin. One in, one out.
Well done.
Probably a slightly better looking head now. Finbar in deep thought.
Probably there now. And then another one. You know, you try and lift Steve up. You miss, you land that. Just wait to hear.
This is a bit more like the chess that you were speaking about, Dave. It's the reason Finbar's asked that, even though they are down on the head, doesn't need the shot yet. He's trying to build his head up to make it easier for him to play a bowl later on. It's a poor bowl. He'll be disappointed with that one.
So
Land it off, mate.
Nevin Dragicevic holding
Same weight.
the shot.
Under there.
Now he's being asked by Adam to play a similar shot underneath the short ones to try and reach the second shot bowl and pop that off the head and stay there for a couple. He's underdone his grass this time. That's going to be way too narrow.
Oh no. That's a blue stickered bowl at the back now. Finbar's so it's a very lonely shot, is what we're saying for Nevin's bowl.
Robbie asking Finbar to play backhand. Just a bit of traffic in the way up front there. He's got not much of a hole to find. You can see there those two short bowls would be in the line of the back. I mean, it's got to be precise to get between them. And if he comes underneath the short blue bowl, he's got to be driving, really. Maybe that's what he's looking at, the drive underneath the blue bowl. And he is.
So he's on his backhand.
He's close.
I mean, that's just an outstanding bowl, isn't it?
Great shot. Did the jack stay in at the back there? Looks like it has this time. And that's one of Nick Thompson's bowls right on the edge of the... Where's the jack? Over there. So Nick Thompson's bowl there looks like it's holding shot.
It's actually more unbelievable that Finbar's bowl held up so much that it got the jack. You know, you sort of expected if he was underneath the bowl.
Hello, we've got guys on the way over here.
Oh,
Well done.
who did the moving? That was
That was brilliant work. Oh, and he just fell into the ditch.
and it was for nothing. So you're right there. You can see that's Nick's bowl in the shadow.
So, and there in the ditch is the second shot bowl, the one that put the jack in the ditch. That's Finbar's bowl. Now,
There's no way through.
attempting to just draw the shot here, only the one down. It's a big ask to beat that bowl of Nick Thompson's sitting on the edge of the ditch here. A very hard bowl to beat on the draw, but he made a good fist of it. But still won to the Adam Blucher skipped team, and Adam will go down and see if he can beat that last bowl of Finbar's and add another one.
Oh, and he's put his head on the right way round. Was protecting his neck earlier. So just a conversation here. I said Adam wait, so there must be potentially a shot on for more than one, but no, he says just get it. So he's just trying to draw the second shot. No, he's not. He's trying to.
Well, that must have been worth another one or two, perhaps, or maybe just another one to get rid of that shot of...
No, it was the shot. Sorry, team.
Oh, it was. Oh, my word.
So Finbar made it. Really did not look like he'd made it there.
The angles of the camera, sometimes they can be deceiving, but definitely didn't look like that was shot, but it was.
I blame someone that's not me for that one.
So another one to the Wellington team, and they lead 7-4. 5 of the 18 ends played. Right, see if John can get some consistency with his speed here. He's, as I said, just been either one short, one over, but see if he can get a couple to group together. Not a bad bowl here, pretty handy, just a couple of feet short. See what he's tended to over adjust with his second bowl.
Bartolovic started off with a hiss and a roar, and then he sort of faded a little bit in the last few ends. So we see Adam here was attacking. It was so close. It really means that Finbar's second bowl was exceptional after a full-blooded drive to
draw the
to
shot.
go back to the draw. Square.
He got a little bit of luck there. He was tramping along a little bit. If he had missed that bowl, he'd have been quite a long way through. So still struggling to nail the speed. Now that coach comes out of me too now, just looking at these techniques here, and not too bad from Zoran. The thing that disappoints me is the way he drops his head as he delivers the bowl. I like the idea of keeping your head up and watching your target line all the way through your delivery. Not a bad result though. He might have got the shot with that bowl.
Yeah, nice. That's probably the best lead end we've seen from Zoran since N2 when he played an exceptional end.
Two rippers on that end. Stephen Bryan just going a little bit.
So I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, well, I wasn't. I did my own thing. Yeah, well, do your thing.
7-4 the score, so it still feels like anyone's game. I would say that the Auckland Composite team will be pleased to be within 3 shots. It's felt like a game where Finbar and Co have had perhaps more opportunities to score numbers, and so to only be 3 light after 5 ends, and so the 60th in the hour only be 3 down. I think they'll be pleased with that situation.
Yeah. Well, they don't.
Yeah, just
Steve just a bit quick again. Good line that time. We talked about how he was missing his line earlier on, and Finbar had made a comment to me about tell Stephen to take some green. Well, he definitely nailed his line with those 2 bowls. It was just the speed that let him down.
that's a nice bowl. The Auckland team holding 1.
Robbie Bird and John Bryan, they actually teamed up earlier in the season to win the prestigious Stoke Stakes Invitation Pairs tournament earlier in the season in November down in my hometown of Nelson. It was some good viewing that weekend.
That's a great one.
A very, very strong field, so yes, a quality win for the 2 of them. Robbie played outstanding bowls all weekend, and they deserve to take home the chocolates.
You could buy a lot of chocolate with what they took home. It's a disappointing bowl from Nevin.
So Robbie was able to promote one of John Bryan's bowls into the head and gain the shot. He's now looking to try and draw another one.
Oh,
Did they touch those bowls?
I don't think so.
Doesn't
And
look like it. No one's rushing to pick them up.
must have been very close. Good line. Nevin straight into his work there. He barely took the bowl was barely finished before he delivered it. So still 1 down on the head, the Auckland team. I suppose for Finbar Dave, it's perhaps about when you look at this head, you think, well, we're holding 1, we're 3 up, just won't make the target bigger. I wouldn't be shocked. It might be wise to draw a second shot on the forehand. You know, you draw to the orange bowl that sits at 8 o'clock to the jack, and then you're not widening the target at all.
He is playing the backhand, but I agree with you. I mean, if a disappointing bowl for him now on this backhand would be to stick one right beside the jack, sort of jack level sitting out there, because then it gives exactly what you said, and that's exactly what he's done. Exactly what you said. Now that gives Adam a real good target.
Oh, it's nice to be right at least once in a game.
And
I'll
you
take
were
that.
100% right there, mate.
That's
You
my
are
number.
100% right. Look what's happened. Now that gives... Adam's eyes would have lit up there because he didn't really have a lot going for him. He had the dead draw. Now he can play with a little bit of weight, arriving speed, looking for the bowl, the jack. Whereas if Finbar had played on the forehand and just drawn another shot on the forehand, Adam would have had nothing to play at. See, he played with good speed. They're possibly a little bit too quick. But Adam's eyes lit up the minute he saw Finbar's bowl there. Now, he might get away with it, and Adam might miss, but it definitely has given them an option. Whereas if he had drawn another shot on the forehand, Adam was really had nothing but the dead draw.
Yeah, which comes back to that chess mentality you spoke about. We usually see these players thinking, well, how am I leaving the head after my bowl's finished? It's all well and good to hold an extra shot, but what does that give my opposition to play?
Absolutely, and you may see Finbar try and just change this again now. He's probably too wide to do what I'm talking about, but he had the speed. He was looking to probably land his own bowl flop onto the jack, just poke it round the corner a little bit, just to change, because he knew very well that his first bowl had sort of framed the head a little bit for Adam to play a shot. So let's see what Adam can do here. He might be playing a bit quicker this time.
He's in the area if it lets go, but it's going to hold on him. That was quite nice weight. They were looking to try and get the jack back square. If it killed, it killed. Unsuccessful, so it's going to be a 2, I think, to Finbar and Co. And they take a handy lead now. It's going to be 9 shots to 4. And we're on the 7th end of 18, so still plenty of time.
Yep, a little bit lucky to get away with that, Finbar, after his first bowl, but you'll quite often see it at the very top level. I talked about Finbar with his second bowl, even though he was holding, about changing the shape of the head, and you'll see that a lot at international level. Play the shot before the opposition does. Even though you're holding, it's always good to reduce the chances of them being successful by playing the shot yourself and just changing the shape of the head.
It's no good holding the shot if there's a wrong bias.
Oh dear.
From another rink.
Oh dear.
I could find out his name, but I won't.
Oh, we have to. We've got to pot him. We've got to pot him on nationwide TV. We've got to find out who that man was.
That would have been the lead on whoever's on rank 2. One of the leads on rank 2. Round 2 at Burnside, if anyone wants to find that out. That's not ideal. Not ideal for any bowler.
Here, Johnny.
Well, embarrassing. Very good bowl here from John. That's more like it.
Lovely shot. And 2 bowl, one bowl on and 1 bowl past. You feel comfortable as a lead when you're able to leave the head like that.
Hurry, mate.
Oh, not got the running this time.
It's hard to put your finger on exactly what's not quite working for the Auckland Composite team, but it just has that feel, doesn't it? It's just a feel of a team that's not quite running on all cylinders. 4 very good bowlers.
One of the things that shows that is that it was at panic stations to change the team after the first round loss, as dramatically as they have, like by shifting Nick Thompson from out of the skip to the 2 spot, promote your original 2 to 3 and your original 3 to skip. That's quite a drastic change. Swap the 3 and the skip around maybe, but to do what they've done is, it's only the first game of the tournament, and they, almost like panic stations a wee bit. So by no means are they out of this contest yet, though. If they hit their straps, they're a very capable bunch of players, as you mentioned.
Nick. There's another good cricketer. It seems to be a few. We've often had golfers come into the sport, but there seems to be a few good cricket players coming through recently. And Nick's an old hand, but Mark Poser I spoke about, who Nick won the Auckland Open centre pairs with, was a very good cricketer. And I can think, was it Barry Andrews from South Canterbury was a good cricketer? Maybe it's another one of the feeder sports, Dave, into bowls. Usually you think of golf, but
there's another couple of their names elude me at the moment, but leave that with me. I'll come back to another couple of cricketers. You're right, that there's one particularly good ex-cricketer who's turned into a fantastic bowler, and that's Kepler Wessels, the South African who played cricket for Australia. He now plays bowls, and he's very, very capable bowler. Yeah. So it's only one bowl from the Auckland team here that's anywhere near the jack.
Right there, Robbie.
They're really struggling on this end, and in the meantime, the
That's nice
Wellington
bowl.
boys have loaded 3 shots in there. So they need Nevin to play a good bowl here. As I mentioned, an unusual release of the bowl from Nevin. It's almost like a claw grip as the bowl leaves his hand, and that's another wayward bowl from Nevin Grgicevic, and the Auckland guys are going to have to rely on Adam Blucher to get them out of a spot of trouble here. 3 down, only 1 bowl on the head.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You know, when you're chasing a 4-9 deficit, what you want your team to do is settle down and provide a good end. And we've just seen some scattered bowls here, and it just feels like if they're not careful, we're going to see that this Wellington team find a number and kick on. It feels the next 3 or 4 ends feel very important in the context of this game.
Absolutely. It could very much get away from the Auckland composite team if they're not careful here. So Adam's got a big job to do on this end. Staying up the head to watch what Finbar does with his first bowl. Well grassed here, well grassed. If he just drops underneath the Nick Thompson bowl, and that's another counter. Very, very good bowl.
Right, mate. Probably better for you now, mate.
The only thing I would say once again,
Can you sit on?
he's framed the head, and you can see, you heard the comment from Nevin, I think it was. That's a good bowl for you. That's and it has. It's just framed the head again, and now it gives Adam a wider target to. He'll be playing all sorts of weight to this. It just depends on how quick he decides to go. But I would have liked to have seen Finbar playing that on the backhand, trying to just arrive to the 3 shots that they already had.
Come on, buddy.
He's close here. Has he got the jack? Has he got the jack?
Oh, you're joking. That was a lovely effort from Adam Blucher. Look at that. He's absolutely gutted.
Yeah, if you can slip the top
And
here,
the worst
mate.
part about it is he
You know,
didn't
get to here,
roll
all right.
Finbar's bowl far enough away. It's still a counter, so they're still 4 down, and now the head is not framed quite as nicely for him to play that shot. There's a big gap between the bowl there at
Come on,
9 o'clock and the jack, and so he's probably going to have to go back to the draw now to try and save. Or the other alternative is to whack those 3 bowls and reduce the count.
And again, you wouldn't think Finbar would be wanting to get too close to this.
Oh, he
Should have sold the farm there. That was,
What do you reckon, boys?
wow. So they're just going to have a team talk here. I mean, there's a temptation to aim for the bunch. You could just about get a kill off the bunch of bowls. If you
He
felt
could,
like winding up.
I think that's the best shot for him. Have a drive at those 3 shot bowls. He could get the kill. If he gets them right in the middle, then he'll clean the 3 of them out and only be 1 down, reducing the count big time. So I think that's the best option for him here.
The positive about the bunch of bowls is you've essentially got a 2-bowl target as well, because you could go outside, inside or square, and you're still going to get a good result. So as long as he's within, what's that, a foot on his drive, he should be okay, Adam Blucher.
Let's see what he decides to do. The one thing that could be nagging away at him is I know that they've got some back bowls, and he might be thinking if I can get the jack, he might. Yeah, he's not playing, he's not driving, he's playing arriving speed here. I think the lure of getting the jack got to him a bit, and he's trying to get the jack, but it's going to drop underneath, and he's going to drop a 4 there. Poor shot selection, I'm afraid. I didn't. But as I said, he could see those group of his own bowls at the back there and thought, look, if I can get the jack, I can make a big conversion here. Instead of that, he's now dropped a 4, and things are starting to look a bit grim now.
Probably when you're trying to weigh up your risk and your reward, and then put in the context of what the score is in the game. You know, like you could be, perhaps it was better to try and hold on in the game, look for a kill. Doesn't matter if you drop a 1 or a 2. Don't allow yourself to drop a 4. If it's a hard shot to score a number, you actually don't need to score a number yet. It's end 8. You just need to stay within Cooey. So I don't know. There's a way back for this Auckland composite team, but certainly at the moment it is Finbar McGuigan, Robbie Bird, and the 2 Bryans who are all over this match.
Just a shot of the flags there. The breeze has got up a little bit out there now, so there could be a little bit of that affecting things. Flags were fluttering quite briskly there just before. But apart from that, you can't complain about the conditions we've got here at Burnside. Day 1 of the Summerset Nationals. All sorts of excitement around the greens. There we can see the flags fluttering a little bit. They've dropped a little bit now, but the trees in the background you can see there's a bit of movement there. Much better bowl here from John Bryan. His first one was way too heavy, but he's made a very good adjustment here.
Yeah, very good. It was a nice first bowl from Nevin as well. We spoke about these few ends being very important for this Auckland composite team, and now is the hour really. You're 4-13 down. It's only end 8, so we're not halfway yet. There's plenty of time. If the Auckland team could string together 1s and 2s over the next 5 ends, they'll be close, but it has to start somewhere, and you really feel like this end is it.
The thing is that Finbar now can play a little bit more conservatively as well. He's got a 9-shot lead, and he doesn't need to go looking for. He can afford to drop the odd 1 or so here, as long as he's scoring a 1 or 2 himself every second or third end. He can play a little bit more conservatively and reduce the risks that you might be wanting to take. But whereas the Auckland side really have to start knuckling down, drawing some close shots, get the mat back, make a change then.
Yeah, it all comes from scoring. All comes from having control of the jack, doesn't it? You know, once they score, the Auckland team, that's when we can see any change of game plan happen. It should be that we'll see the mat placed in a different space or the jack delivered to a different space. Yeah, you have to score first to get that control.
The other thing that'll be playing on their minds is that, I mentioned earlier on, you need 4 out of 6 to qualify. Drop this game and they're, as we say, they're in post-section straight away. They've got to win their remaining 4 games of section play to qualify for the big stuff after the big stuff that starts on Saturday.
It's not unheard of, but certainly not the way you want to get through a section play. Matt Berry, this year's New Zealand singles winner, dropped his first 2 games and then never looked back, won some ridiculous amount of games in a row, so it is possible. But you'd much rather just get through stress-free.
There's actually another famous story of the Nationals a number of years ago in Auckland.
Oh, good result.
Lucky slide off the short bowl. He was tramping then again. Got a very lucky result. Yeah, the singles qualifying day, there was some sections were only got 1 game played and it was completely rained out. Some sections got a couple of games in. And it was funny because the eventual winner of the tournament had lost his first 2 games in qualifying, and so he was out of the tournament basically. Yeah. But then what they did was, as we see, a very, very good, he's pulled up short. I thought that looked like it was on track to get to the jack. so it was then just an open draw. The whole field were put into an open draw, and Nobby, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, from Nelson, fantastic result. He went through and won the national singles title after looking likely at one stage he wasn't even going to qualify, but yeah, he then
I love that about, we have so many stories in bowls. Oh, one of our Toblerone just collapsed. That's interesting. Who put that together? And where'd the other one go? Okay. Well, hopefully that's not what the broadcast team's feeling like at the end of at the end of this broadcast. You can see the Twilight Bowls on the right and Bowls New Zealand on the left. That might have been the bang I heard a few ends ago. What were we talking about, Dave? I've been distracted.
Stories, some of the great stories from the Nationals over the years with,
They do take a life of their own, don't they?
They do.
At competitions, part of the makeup of bowls is it's a very social sport. So after, before and during tournaments, there's ordinarily gatherings in the club bars or lounges, and that's where the stories are shared, and there's some absolutely fantastic ones. I enjoy that it tends to carry on too. Like, we're still talking about players who played in the 60s and 70s and 80s and were successful then. So you have success that can hang on. That was a great effort from Adam Blucher.
Yeah, some of the stories from the Nationals are one could spend hours relating some of the goings on, and not all of it's on the green stuff. I remember one very good story about a couple of Nelsonians who went to the Nationals in Auckland, and they had a rental car and headed off to the green, and this was prior to the days of mobile phones where you had your navigation systems on the mobile phone. So they headed off to their green and consequently got lost. They were starting to panic. There was no phone to ring the club to let them know that they were lost, as we see a drive here from... Oh, dear. Now he's 2 down.
Up the rink.
2 short bowls on the green. Luckily, he... Oh, no, that was his last bowl.
And there's a bowl to come.
There's a bowl to come, so this could be the big break that the Blucher team were looking for.
Well, this will be a 3, right? It would be...
It's got to be a 3.
Has to be a 3.
Yep.
Not often you see a Jack go back up the the ring.
Very rare. He's thanking the gods, I think, there.
A second, I've got plenty of room. Just make it 3, please.
That's counting, so that's a 3.
What a bowl from Adam Blucher. Drawing third shot with only, 5 metres for 5 metres
and
for
the
3?
Rest. Yes. So back to my story, the 2 guys they were on, and they got lost, and so in the end they were panicking, so they hailed a taxi, and they pulled the rental car over to the side of the road, locked it up, jumped into the taxi and said, take us to whatever bowling club it was, as we see a replay of this thunderous drive there from Finbar McGuigan that went horribly wrong for him. He was just the 1 down and ended up dropping a 3. That's unlucky. Went there, got a little bit late, but they were there in time to start their qualifying session and played their day of bowls, and then rang a taxi again and said, right, we'll go back and pick the car up. And then they couldn't remember where the car was that they'd parked on the side of the road. So eventually the taxi driver who had picked them up was contacted, and he notified them of exactly where to go and find their rental car, and they duly found it and off they went home. So
I have a famously poor sense of direction, so I can totally empathise with those gentlemen.
Especially when you're coming from little old Nelson and heading up to the big smoke of Auckland. We see a very good bowl there from John Bryan. So look, let's see how much of a lift this gives the Auckland composite team. A huge amount of luck has given them a foot back into the game here.
We said it was the end where they needed to score, and they have. So you just try and take that.
Immediately lengthened the end here too. They got a hold of the mat for first time for a long time, and have basically thrown a dot-to-dot full-length end here. So unfortunately for them, John Bryan latched onto it straight away, and he's drawn a real cracker there. But
it's one of those ironies of bowls, isn't it? Because John's been struggling, and his team's been playing well. So the team that is down, and all four haven't been playing as well as they can, think, well, okay, we'll change it. We'll change it up to suit us. And they have accidentally delivered the perfect length end for the only member of the opposition team that wasn't playing that way.
Oh, you're so right.
It make sense.
Definitely the two best bowls he's played together in the whole game, John. And I think the team have recognised that, and there's a bit of hilarity on the bank there now as they...
You just think to yourself, you know, why is this happening?
Just Nick Thompson also just been struggling the last 3 or 4 ends. They were relying on him a little bit in the early stages of the game, but even he's struggling now. And that's a very good bowl from Stephen Bryan. They're holding 2 very good shots, so it was very important that he got up past the head with his first bowl, and he's done that brilliantly. And this is where the chess that we talked about earlier on starts to come into play now. 2 very good shots from the team. Right, where do I want my players to place the bowls from here on in? And Finbar will be looking at that closely now.
Very good.
Well, he might have sat that back bowl into the ditch there. Not quite sure if he did, but so Stephen will be wanting to be up again with this one. He's pretty well. He's got a very good line again here. He's drawn another very handy bowl, but I'm sure Finbar would have preferred that was over the head. I think this is the right call from Adam here, getting Nevin to play on the backhand, looking to use their own bowl, either promote it, or if he's underneath and uses the inside edge of it, he's just going to go on the outside of it.
Anything?
He was playing that weight just to reach through.
You can see Finbar now, the chest part coming into it, wanting a bowl past the head and high of the jack. That's where he feels the jack is possibly going to go if the Auckland side are successful with what they're attempting to do. And he's dropped it a little bit too short.
Lots of shelves being, I was just about to say, creating lots of shelves, this Wellington team, when they've been holding numbers. The Auckland team has not been able to use it, and again we're going to see.
Oh dear! That one away.
Yeah, just finding fresh air.
Play under, trying to land there.
This is sort of what you were talking about, Dave. There's chances here for Robbie on his forehand to take away that shot option for the Auckland team. If he plays a nice positive shot, you could sit through the bowl at 12 onto the orange bowl. That gets rid of it, as we may be about to see if he just holds just a smidgen.
Through the hole, believe it or not.
That's unlucky.
Oh, that was a great attempt. His bowls stayed on though, so you can see that they've got 2 right at the one, the bright blue one out the right there, and then the other one directly at the bottom of the screen. 2 safety bowls that the Wellington team have got behind the head there, but
well, they don't turn, mate.
If Robbie had successfully sat that bowl of the Auckland composite team side, they would have been holding 4 or 5 shots. I think at the moment, I think they've only got the 2.
Close, mate.
Yeah, he's close here.
Oh, good bowl. And he's followed through. Oh, his hands are on his head. Something's happened. Okay, well, that feels like he might have been a bit unlucky then.
The jack is obviously in the ditch, and it must be the Wellington team that are holding shot. I did say that they had those bowls right at the back of and it looks like it's that one right underneath the number 1. Looks like that's the shot, and that's Steve Bryan's bowl. So he is a little bit unlucky that, but he's reduced the count. He was 2, possibly 3 down, definitely 2 down. Now he's only 1 by the looks of things.
This one's short, so I suppose the question for Adam is there any...
There's the shot bowl right there.
Yeah, I'll just get rid of it.
Yeah, he's got the second shot there, definitely. Well, Nevin and Adam having a discussion about exactly what to do here. It's hard to get out the shot bowl. Here's a replay of the drive. We can see he hits the target brilliantly. The jack shoots straight back into the ditch underneath the number.
Yeah, you see, you just don't want to lose out.
And
They could both go.
I don't know what he said.
You try run it in, mate. You don't want to lose that. Try run it in, mate. Just miss that blue one, mate. Get next to your Dave.
Yeah, on the forehand.
Forehand.
My bowl will turn back.
Yeah.
So we heard that he's trying to run the bowl in, just trying to get it to turn.
he's looking to get just round that blue, the bright blue bowl. They're just round that with enough speed to get back to the shot bowl.
If
And
we get both of ours, we'll probably go 3 down.
Adam's wanting to play with more weight, but his team are not keen for the reasons that we just heard
The
there.
only one down doing funny things out there, mate.
So he's trying to play this shot, the original shot of getting just past this blue bowl here, turning back to the shot bowl and sitting it into the ditch.
Right, mate.
Just a bit
Oh,
wide.
sailing. You could see, I mean, he would have had to get his bowl
More likely to hit that one off.
to do quite a lot of work to pull back to remove that. It's such an icky weight to play.
Finbar trying to add the bonus. He's just going to run into the ditch. So just the one, it is. But it just once again stops the momentum that was gained from that rather fortuitous 3 that the Auckland Composite team got on the previous end. There we can see the wind definitely has got up now. Those trees and the flags going to town a little bit more now than what they were earlier on. So that will be having an effect on the bowls out there. I've actually seen a couple of the players step off the mat and regroup and take their time over their shots because of the wind buffeting them around a bit.
Certainly nothing like what we have experienced in Wellington and Auckland. Actually, Auckland had a very windy summer. It was a bit bizarre. Didn't enjoy it very much with the wind, but it's all part of the game. It's outdoor bowls, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big, yeah, as I said earlier, it's something we just don't enjoy the wind, do we? It's our biggest enemy of our sport. You hear people I'd rather play in dead, calm, steady rain rather than wind.
100%. Everyone has a different way of dealing with it, and it's very easy to double bluff yourself if it's windy, so we try and talk about sticking to a line and just being at peace that sometimes you're going to get robbed by the god of bowls. He's going to go, no, I'm going to blow your bowl off track, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to change the green that you're taking. How can you anticipate a gust? It's
Absolutely,
impossible.
you're dead right.
It's very easy to say, but It is harder to.
It
It's
is
harder to
hard.
action
When
sometimes.
you see your bowl go down the perfect line, you know you've nailed the line, and then next minute you get the big gust of wind and it blows it almost off the rink. Very frustrating. I remember one of the nationals that I played at in Wellington, and it was a typical Wellington windy day, and the section that we were at, the umpire actually rang the Bowls New Zealand headquarters and said, look, I'm going to suspend play here because it's unplayable. And they're, oh no, you've got to keep going, and in the end, and so we played another couple of ends, and you would send the jack down, and the marker would put drawing pins with the heads
Yes.
around the jack to stop it blowing off the mats were flying across the green, and in the end the players all revolted, I guess you would say, and said a coup. It was a coup, and they rang headquarters and said, look, the players have all marched off, and so Bowls New Zealand had to reluctantly agree to suspend play for about 2 or 3 hours, and then the wind did die right down, and back out we went and finished at some 9 o'clock at night or something, but we got there in the end. So, but yes, it was horrendous. Mats were flying. Yep, the markers were putting pins around the jacks to stop them, and the completion of an end, it would be game of singles we were playing, so 8 bowls and there might be 3 that were left on the rink. It was just
It's bizarre, eh?
It was, yeah.
Hurts my brain. I've seen it a few times in Wellington where the jack has moved, and you just think,
Yep.
what's going on? That shouldn't be something that can happen. It's not quite that dramatic here at the Burnside Bowling Club. Just a mild breeze, enough to get the flags looking nice and sharp on the flagpoles. 7-14 the score. It's a nice bowl from Robbie Bird.
So Finbar, he's one down, but he won't be too concerned about that. He's 2 very good second shots. He is asking Robbie to have a little look at that shot bowl now. Might have been one of those instances where he could have perhaps asked, as Robbie's a bit wide, is he going to get the jack? Oh, he got a little bit of luck. Oh dear.
Well, it's gone very well, and they saw his hand go up. Which again, is that sportsmanship?
Yep, apologising. He got the rub off the short bowl and got a dream result out of it. The added part of the dream result is that he's got a toucher in the ditch as well, which is an added bonus. So they might be holding 3 there now. 2 and a look, definitely. Could be 3.
That sound is not a woodpecker that you can hear coming through the ambient mic. It is Colin Williams, just making sure that everything is nicely down there. Oh, he's just gone out of shot. I thought we were going to get it in time. So it's not a woodpecker. He's just using. We've got a mallet and some nice little tent pegs that live in the office up here, just to make sure everything is nicely stuck to the ground.
So drawing for a 3rd shot here, not quite going to get here.
Well, decisions here for Adam Blucher.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see a bit of frustration here, and we might see a drive coming, looking to try and kill this end. If he hits the shot bowl, he's more than likely going to kill the jack, and there'll be a bit of frustration involved in it as well. Let's see what he does. No, he's not.
Draw. You do get to that point, you look at this and you think, God, I'm going to have to play a really good draw bowl to salvage this. I'm grumpy because I'm 7-14 down. We've not played as well as we can. Maybe it's easier just to go for the kill and start again. Beautiful camera work there, team. And Finbar making his correction. Oh. Oh. Oh, just underneath. That's beautiful stuff. Very well played. I think attacking now, surely we'll see an effort here at the kill from Adam Blucher. Won't be short.
He's 3 and a look down, so he needs to get a result here.
He's done it. He's done it. Oh, he got the bowl square and followed through. Oh dear. That would rip your ration book. And the match continues for the Wellington team. 2 more, so 16-7 the score here after 10 ends. So this is the 11th end. And if you are a supporter of Finbar McGuigan and his team, things are looking pretty good.
Yep, and they won their first game as well, so they're well on the way. If they hang on to this game, they're looking very good at the moment. Still a long way to go. I mean, I'm not counting the Auckland side out yet, but I'd like to see some more positive body language from the Aucklanders and just geeing themselves up a little bit. The heads are down, shoulders are slumped. Let's just have a good chat and gee up a little bit and get a bit of vim and vigour, a bit of bounce in our step and see if we can get back into this game. But yeah, Finbar continues on this roll that he's on at the moment, then yep, they'll be 2-0 and well and truly on their way to getting the necessary 4 wins to qualify for post-section play. Good opener from Zoran. Taking the mat up again, playing their shorter length end. I'm sure John would have been probably keen to have played those long ones again after the way he played it the last time, especially now that he's dropped these 2 short and right on the line. So yeah, John, when the Auckland side got the mat and threw that long length jack, he was right on the money.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Stay up, stay on the paddock. Oh, he has done so. So that's okay there for the Auckland team.
That is definitely undergrassed, that one. It'll run right away. What's going to annoy him here is that he's got beautiful speed. Just missed the line, something terrible.
We saw Nick play very well at the start of the game, and as I think you said a couple of ends ago, he's had a forgettable middle patch, but if he can kick into gear, as we've just seen, very possible if the leading 2, Zoran and Nick, can start out playing Bryan brothers. That's the only way I think we're going to see a comeback.
You're absolutely right, and I think Nick is the key to it. He's probably the most experienced of the players in the Auckland side. That's another forgettable bowl from Stephen Bryan. He won't be happy with those 2. And I think if Nick can really start getting onto his game, that could be the start of the comeback for the Auckland composite side, and he's played another real good bowl here. 2 excellent bowls.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
You still can draw it. Yeah, absolutely.
That's interesting to hear.
Even land that 3rd.
Good call, I think. To drive, you've only got a one bowl jack target. Get another handy bowl here. If he gets Robbie to draw with both of his bowls, and Robbie can get bowls handy. Look at this. This is a very good bowl set.
Oh, what a shot.
3rd shot out of it. So that was a good call from Finbar to to draw there.
It's about not panicking, isn't it? You know,
Absolutely.
it's staying calm and backing your three's ability to draw it.
And also playing the scoreboard a little bit. You know, you're 9 shots in front. Okay, you don't want to drop a 2, but if you do, that's
You're
not
right, mate. Very good weight, mate.
not
Real good weight.
end of the world stuff. So
Look at that.
now Robbie only needs to make a minor adjustment on speed with his oar line. If he keeps the same speed and just pinches his line a bit, he's going to get to the jack.
Oh, he can't be far away here, Robbie Bird.
Has he got the speed to get round the short ones? No, he hasn't.
That's agonising. He would have felt like that was
Right
close
here,
all
mate.
the way. And he had perfect weight before Nevin. So he'd just be thinking, I'll take a bit more green. He has always had that delivery, Dave.
Yeah.
It's unusual. It's unusual, but very effective.
Yep.
On this occasion, he's played the same ball twice.
We always say that if you do the same thing every time, that's the key thing.
I've often wondered, it'd be interesting to know the physics of it. You would think that a bowl must run slightly differently if you dump it a bit, or even if you skid it along the ground, like a run shot or a drive shot that is not let go close to the ground, in theory would behave differently, because you're skidding along the green. It must be possible to get some sort of spin on a bowl if you let it go right. I don't know. There's certainly we've seen spin. It seems to happen a lot more on the carpet greens. Just the nature of the friction of a carpet green to the bowl. If you've been watching the BPL, it's quite fascinating to watch the bowls in collision, and you see in collision they just sort of, because there's not that much friction, the bowl that's been in their hand, it just tends to spin around. Sometimes
It
gets a
does.
second or a third wind.
Very much so, yes. Yep.
Right now, mate.
Trying
Look at
hard
this.
to get down here, trying hard to get down.
No.
Not
down.
quite in the count, I think it's still just the 2. Finbar
Oh, the wind.
won't be happy with his first bowl, short and narrow. See if he can make the adjustment.
What's the goodie?
He's not far away.
Much better line. Just going a tad quick.
Hold on, mate.
Right, so it is going to be a number to the Auckland Composite team.
Well, it's flying on flat, it'll...
Three would be good fishing here. You don't need to be looking for more than that. That means you're only 6 down after 11 ends.
They are looking at a shot here. They're looking at trying to land the second shot and pop the blue bowl off the head, which might give them 4, but it's I'm the same as you. I think if you draw another one here, 3 is very good fishing.
3's
and
fine.
brings you back into the hunt. So, yeah, draw another shot. His weight was perfect with his first bowl. He just needs to pinch his line by half a bowl, and he'll count.
You can see too that the bias on that blue bowl is facing down, so you actually need more weight to lift it. They're trying. Oh, fair call, I suppose.
2 it is.
So working their way back. And the score 9-16 now, so they trail by 7, the Auckland Composite team. We're on the 12th end. Oh, the jack's got a bias on it. It's interesting to me, Dave,
He's
that we...
thrown it out.
Oh, it's disappointing. We've not seen anything dramatic with the leads in their jack throw, have we? We've not seen like the mat that's probably as far up as it's come. We've not seen what we sometimes do when there's a team that's trailing, where they'll go, right, we'll be dramatic here and pull the mat right up to the 2 metre mark and try and deliver the jack near the ditch. It's been none of that.
No, one of the things that we used to talk about a lot in the New Zealand team was to be careful. Like, Sure, when you've had a run of ends that you've lost in a row to a team or to an individual in a game of singles, sure you want to change something. But one of the traps that we sometimes fell into was we made quite a dramatic change and mucked ourselves up. And the opposition latched onto it, and all of a sudden they've got the mat back again. And so we talked about subtle changes. We talked about just a couple of metres difference in length, not a massive change. Sometimes we did. Sometimes there was massive changes, especially if you were playing singles and the singles player had a real favourite length that they loved to play. I remember the days Mandy Boyd, she loved the mat right up playing short ends. So, you know, that worked for her. But you have to be careful that you don't muck yourself up when you go changing the length, or, you know, that's something to keep in mind, definitely.
Well, this is a great start here from Bartolovic. It's where the comeback's going to come from if this Bartolovic-Thompson combination can hit their straps.
Absolutely. Oh, John, two very, very well weighted bowls. I think, to be fair to him, that one may have been affected by the wind, that second bowl. It looked when it left his hand that it wasn't on too bad a line, and it just kept tracking out for a while, which makes me think that it might have been a gust got a hold of that one.
Oh, no.
Hello, this is not a gust. This is a wrong bias. Oh dear, dear, dear.
That's,
oh dear.
That's not ideal.
Oh dear. What's he holding up 4 fingers? He's saying, is that the 4th one today, Brad? Yes, that's, yeah, not ideal. Beat your last, mate, the story, the call is.
Well, is it the stickers' fault? It's our fault. We gave them the stickers. Sorry, Nick.
One of the funniest wrong biases I've ever seen was a gentleman who shall remain nameless in Nelson. He, right at the last minute of his delivery, he had a habit of he was looking down his line, but right at the last minute, just as the bowl's leaving his hand, he had glanced down at it, and that was fine. And he happened to glance down at this bowl that he was letting go, as we see Stephen Bryan's trying to sit the shot bowl, and all he's done is swapped it from one side of the rink to the other. But and he noticed it was a wrong bias just as it was going off, and he dived after it to try and. So not only was it a wrong bias, but he was sprawled out on the green face down, trying to catch it before it had got away. But it to no avail. It sailed across 4 or 5 different rinks. And
that's great. I'm disappointed I didn't see that.
oh, it was funny. It was funny. Change of hand, Robbie here, looking to play. He's changed his hand because he's looking for the option of doing this. Grabbing the jack or sitting the shot bowl. He's got the jack, and I think he's hung around for the shot. He's got the shot, but it's a lonely shot now. 3 second shots the Auckland composite side have got. So any touch of the jack will make 3 or 4 of it, or if he lands the shot bowl himself here now, Nevin, he can make 4 of this. He's close to sitting the shot bowl. Maybe not. He'll get the shot out of it, but I think he's only got the 1. He didn't have enough speed to push the bowl completely off the head. But it's very, very lonely. And so Robbie needs to get another one here. The Bryan brothers have abandoned ship on this end. Although So John did have one reasonably handy early, but once the jack got moved, it became null and void. Changing his hand, looking to draw the shot on the other hand here, and he's close.
I think he's done it.
He's very close. If it's not the shot, it's a very, very good bowl because it gives them 2 seconds.
He'll be happy with that. It's a nice shot. And Adam just checking here. Auckland team, it's important that they're holding even one.
2 very good bowls from Robbie there.
So made the decision. And we'll see what he's ended up on. It was really hard to tell who's got the shot here. He's on his backhand.
He's close too. He's pretty close here. Got the jack in his
Oh, that's classy.
Yes, he's trailed it. So he's got 2. Very good bowl. Definitely got 2 shots there now, but there's the opportunity for Finbar to basically follow him down there and land one of the shot bowls or trail the jack himself. So nice little funnel down there for Finbar to use. Good to see the Auckland boys smiling now.
It's coming right, eh? They're looking.
The body language has changed. A few laughs and maybe Nick's wrong bias helped. It just lightened the mood a bit.
Weirdly, eh? Sometimes it needs something like that.
Yep.
If they can hold on this end, they'll be back within Kui.
As we see this bowl going to go through the hole. He was in the area.
Just found the gap. Well, one bowl to come from Finbar, and the Auckland team really wanting to hold on here. You almost think again, is there actually there's some space for Finbar to find on the backhand. I saw Adam just indicate his forehand there. Yeah, hold your 2. You try draw around the head on the forehand side, which is to the left of your screen, and just cross all your fingers and toes that Finbar finds a gap, because you need to be scoring on this end.
Yep.
And you don't want to make it easier for Finbar to score.
You don't want to put another one on the head here now and block up that hole that he just went through. And I think he was looking to try and put in a back bowl. You can see Finbar's got a back bowl in there, but he's obviously high, wide and handsome, and that's going to stay off the rink, in fact. So Finbar will be looking to play a similar shot to his last one. And this time he won't be wanting to find the hole, that's all.
Yeah, so for him, it is literally you just try and play the same bowl again and back your subconscious to make whatever little adjustment needs to be made.
Yep.
Just let it go nicely.
He might have a little bit more speed this time. He's going to run into the front one here. Is he going to wobble his way up? No, still 2 down.
Not a lot's happened there.
2 it is.
2, so under double figures go the Auckland team, hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. If that doesn't sound like a saying, skin of their teeth.
It is actually. It is an old saying.
Well, that's what they're hanging in there by. Only 5 down, it's considering how this game has felt, just sitting here commentating it, to be within 5 on the 13th end now is fantastic for that Auckland team. They've hung in well. Absolutely,
and I think you hit the nail on the head earlier on when you talked about the front 2 needed to front up, and they have, and that's been the difference. And I think the mood in the camp has lightened, and they're now a lot more up, shall we say.
He's going to be, if he gets it square, that is how the game has changed, right? Earlier when they were down, he would have played a very similar bowl and sliced the jack, or missed it wide or missed it narrow.
Yep.
Now he's guts the jack square back, feeling quite different. Interesting.
Come on, mate.
So how will the Wellingtonians respond here? They need someone or a couple of their players to really play a good solid end here, just to take the wind out of the sails of the Auckland side. Another very good bowl here from Zoran. Yeah, two good bowls.
Lovely bowls.
Bit of grass here from John Bryan. He's close. This is a very, very good bowl. Even if he doesn't get the shot, which I think he has,
Yeah, well
that's
played.
a very good bowl.
Come there, mate.
Took the grass, floated it out there, got the desired result. I think he's drawn the shot. Very, very good bowl.
And well timed too, because it would have. It's just at that space where the Auckland team, the tails have gone up. You've played two good bowls at lead. Oh, Nick, great try. Just thinking, yeah, we've got a chance of making inroads here, and then Brian put a really good lead bowl and hard to remove too.
Forced a change of hand for Stephen Bryan, following behind his brother, and we see the wind getting hold of that one and holding it out there. It might battle back a little bit at the end, but no, it ineffective. So that wind is starting to have a wee say in matters out there.
This is nice. This is a use of a two who's capable of playing all the shots. So getting some shot play out of Nick here, asking him to play through the bowls.
Might be a wee bit underdone with the green here.
Got to play under now. Very good weight, mate. Trying to land the ball. Still short. Every ball, mate.
So a little bit of weight underneath the line, looking to sit on the second and third shot ball. He underdid the green there.
Two options, mate. Same again, or you just go to bowl.
3 seconds they've got, so this is not a bad option. Driving the bowl, looks like he is too. Close to the jack.
Oh,
got rid of one of their.
that's so frustrating as a team, because you've
shots.
got one of the only results you could get where you've made the head worse.
Yeah, find the pause, perfect.
If he gets around that, he's going to be close. Oh, he didn't have the running.
Yeah, mate, yep.
Switch to his forehand now, so changing tack slightly. He's in the area here. Oh, look at this. That's an outstanding effort. He did everything right.
He did, definitely. Still one down. 3 good second shots now, though. He's changed it up a little bit here now. And he's actually now given the Wellington team the opportunity of going back to the forehand and drawing round the second shot bowl, the white one that's just short of the jack, and Robbie's made a pretty good job of this too. He's played a very good bowl here. Just sits that down and stays probably there for third shot maybe. So that's changed things big time now.
if Adam drove it on the backhand,
He could get both of them, eh? He could, yep.
and your plan B is to just essentially kill the jack if you're a bit narrow, because
Yeah.
you would be surprised if it stayed square back. I feel like that's the instinct here. Some people watching the bowls. Burnside Bowling Club, the place to be.
Plenty of time, mate.
One of the most recognised clubs in the country. We've got some fantastic facilities all around the country, but Burnside definitely over the years has hosted so many New Zealand events and international events as well, and centre representative events for the Canterbury Centre as well. As we see as he turned that over for shot, I'm not sure, he's not happy, so maybe he's still one down.
He's hitting the bowl that he can see as well. Interesting. It's been a fascinating game to watch this one. Some of the shot selection too.
Well, we've got the little mini comeback on here, so that's why they'd be really keen to keep the momentum of the comeback running by scoring on this end. And at the moment they're one down, only one bowl to go. He's still looking to play what I think is the right shot. Looking to arrive to the shot bowl. If he gets the outside edge of it, he'll get the blue one as well and stay there. And if, depending how much speed he plays with, he could sit there for, a possible 4 shots.
On his forehand.
Very sweet delivery, by the way. Adam Blucher. Very, very sweet delivery.
It gets it away nice and true on its running surface.
He's in the area here. He's just a bit wide. He's going to get the 3rd shot, not the shot itself.
It was quite well played, really.
It was very well played. I think Robbie will be saying to Finbar here, don't try too hard with this one, and you can see definitely, it was too dangerous to try and get another one there, so a wise decision from Finbar, and they score again. Just stop the mini momentum change that was occurring, and now take a 6-shot lead, 17-11 after 13 of the 18 ends. We do have a 3-hour time limit, but I don't think that's going to come into play. We've still got an hour of that time limit time left. So that's not going to really come into, I think we've got, unless there's a lot more kills, and then of course the time limit may come into play. But
sort of say we're probably tracking for 2:30, 2:45, probably more a 2:45 finish.
2:45 finish, yeah.
Here. Nice to have it. It's an intentional thing, the Bowls New Zealand or the Summerset Nationals, the time limits for all the events, singles, pairs, fours and mixed pairs, are intentionally as generous as is reasonable. You're unlucky to not play the fully scheduled number of ends, so you don't have those situations, but you might find it at some club events or events where there's more of a time pressure to get them finished, where you're scheduled to play 15 ends, but the time is such that you just need one kill and suddenly you're playing 13 or 12 ends.
Yep.
It leaves a sour taste in the mouth sometimes when you win or lose like that. You don't tend to see that happen at the Nationals.
So Zoran has zeroed in again here with his first bowl. See if he can follow up with another good one with his second bowl like he did on the last end. He's really come onto his game. Started like a house on fire, went AWOL for a few ends, but now he's back. There's no two ways about it. He's back and he's winning the battle of the leads. This one here has just got to keep running. Yeah, look, it's handy-ish.
Six-shot deficit.
Here's a very good bowl here from Stephen Brown. Oh, it pulled up. I thought I had more running than that. It looked like it was going to zero right in on the jack and just pulled up. So
we expect to see Nick draw the shot here, and the pressure begins to build from the front too. If Nick can draw within 6 inches of the jack, suddenly the Wellington team is 3 down, but he's not going to be able to on this occasion. More the green than the weight.
Yeah, be fair to say that they've played limited number of bowls down that forehand, and no one has really played a decent shot on it yet. So we see an adjustment here from Stephen Bryan, and he's played a roaster. He's drawn a toucher. Very, very good shot.
Yeah, fantastic bowl. And just like that, the head changes around. It was looking good for the Auckland composite team 40 seconds ago. And correction time for Nick Thompson.
Yeah, as I say, we haven't seen very many successful attempts at playing on this forehand side. I wonder whether it's just because they haven't played enough bowls down there to learn the lines yet, or whether there is some issues with that forehand.
It may be because to the left of your screen you can see there's no play at all. Perhaps it is that if you take a bit too much green on that left hand side of the screen as you set, you go into sort of unplayed territory. If there's been no bowls on it, the grass or the weed hasn't been compacted down quite as much, so you die out in the rough.
Good bowl here. That's a very good bowl on the forehand side. One of the first successful ones we've seen down there. Of course, we've got the ladies fours in action as well, and we'll be seeing some of that action tomorrow. But there's another green here at Burnside out the other side of the clubhouse, and we've got a section of ladies out there, including the recently retired international Val Smith. Her composite team are out there, and yeah, Val, it was a big announcement after the Trans-Tasman that she's decided to pull the pin on her international career, and what an international career it's been.
Oh, it was quite emotional, sitting there surrounded by the high performance team and the coaches and the spectators and the players as Val got up and spoke about her 25 years in the group and what it had meant, and I'm sitting there trying not to cry. It was a special moment, for sure, and yeah,
well, it was,
can't speak highly enough.
It was very emotional for Joe, of course, and for myself as well. 10 years as the New Zealand coach, and Val was in the system for those entire 10 years, and look, I think the word professional is the best way to sum up the way Val approached her international career. She was always one of the best prepared players, always one of the most passionate to pull on the black shirt players that we had, and the other thing was she was a great believer as I was, in a good culture in the group, and she was one of the drivers of the excellent culture that was around during my time with the Blackjacks, and just an unbelievable, spectacular career that she had. And we're lucky in Nelson that she's obviously still playing her club and centre bowls in town, so we still get to see lots of the brilliance of Val Smith. But yeah, what a remarkable international career. Is he going to come in the back door here for another shot? Not quite. So look, Nevin had a bit of a nightmare on this end. He's had 2 shocking bowls. You can see his white bowls there, and the first bowl from Adam wasn't all that flash either, but as he's made an improvement here. Have a look at this. Has he got the jack? Oh my word.
He was nearly perfect. You can see the disappointment written all over his face. So unable to salvage that end, and it'll be one more, I would say, to the Wellington team.
Yep, just the one it was. And it's again, what it does, not only is it scored a 1 for them, it's another end gone. So, you know, they've opened up a 7-shot lead now with 4 ends to go. Still not out of it, the Auckland side, by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, just that's all Wellington will be looking for. The Wellington composite team will be looking for is just tick over another end, score a 1, tick over another end and drop a 1. That'll be what they'll be looking to do now. Nothing, they don't want any big numbers, give away any big numbers, give the opposition any chance whatsoever of getting back into this. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, as you said, he's found his... Oh, I'm going to do a comment. Sorry, it's my fault. I was just about to say he's found his range in the last 4 or 5 ends, which is, it feels like it's a big reason why we've seen the game tighten back up again. But as I said, that Nevin crashed into a short bowl.
I think, yeah, as I was saying, very, very sweet delivery. It's just that head down at the last minute that disappoints me as a coach. As we see here, look at it, everything else is good. Nice straight lines, good step, nice pendulum swing of the arm, but that head goes down. And I wonder whether that occasion is why occasionally he misses his line.
Pull it, mate.
Yeah, overs and unders. A perfect example there. Was playing, for me it reminds me a little bit of, I'll make an analogy to darts, Dave. We're having a game of darts earlier today, but when you play that game, obviously the aim is for the triple 20, which is right in the middle of the board. And anyone who's played darts has achieved a bed and breakfast, which is to score 26, because your first bowl is in the middle. You go, cool, I've got the 20. And you try it, first bowl, first darts, you got the 20, then you pull it to the left, and then you pull it to the right. 20, 1, 5, 26. It feels the same when you're leading sometimes. You go overs and unders, that not quite right connection.
The frustration for us bowlers, there's no 2 ways about it, is when we absolutely nail it with our first bowl and think we've done exactly the same with the next bowl and it's 15 feet short or 7 feet wide, or you know, I'm
Just go.
exaggerating a wee bit there, but yeah, that's the frustrations. We've got a real, I mean, obviously the jack's been super trailed by Stephen Bryan, but my word, we've got a real spread head here, and these are the ones when you see a big number dropped, when the heads, not very often you see a 5 or a 6 drop when the bowls are all within a foot of the jack. It's when these heads get scattered like this that you're up for the opportunity to drop a number.
Second's good, mate.
They're probably only, second's good, says Finbar, so maybe there are more than one down here.
You're right, though. It is these ends are the ones that we see. They can go absolutely septic for one team, because you feel like you've got so much room to draw, and you just find these spaces.
Well done, mate. Help.
Yeah,
Good
second
bowl,
shot.
mate.
That's a good bowl.
What a dumper. Go on, Ned.
You'd think this will be in the area.
Yep, shows
Well
a bit of
done.
potential, and sure enough, yep, 2 shots they're holding now. Very important bowl from Robbie here. He was pretty close with his first one. He doesn't have to make a lot of an adjustment. It's Very much a similar bowl to his last one. Try and get another handy third shot, or maybe get second shot. Just changed his line.
Well, this is another end where it looks like instinctively, unless Finbar plays one really good bowl, it should be at least a 3 to the Auckland team. They should be able to score a 3 here. It'll come down to Finbar's first bowl. Oh, maybe it won't.
It's a bit quick here.
Maybe it
What's
won't.
he done? Oh, no change. Still holding 2, probably. Finbar just checking that. Oh, no, Adam it was. Just checking that second shot.
You would think they're still holding 2.
Yes.
Thought it was going to go perhaps a little bit worse than that.
A little bit further, yes.
Pretty close, mate.
Very good bowl here from Finbar. Very, very good bowl.
Well played, buddy. Very
There's the
good.
bowl. That's exceptional stuff.
That's why he's a current blackjack. Like bowls like that, 2 down, little bit of momentum from the opposition, and he snuffs it out with a brilliant bowl like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect, isn't it? Because it's at the sort of end where a normal club team, or even an okay club team, very easy to drop a 2. Easy to drop a 2, even a competent skip. You know, easy to drop a 2 there because you've only got a couple of feet to draw. The jack's off centre, it's been pushed back. Easy to over and under it, you drop a 3. But these players, and Finbar's of the quality, they go, no, it's not your time.
Looking to try and remove the shot bowl here, playing with weight. He's a bit wide though. He's going to get. Oh, I thought he was going to get one of his own bowls, but
It's a little bit quick.
yeah, let the bowl work a bit. The other thing I think what Finbar's done here is he's just trailed the jack enough to give himself third shot. So if his does go, I think he's only going to be 1 down. So that's what made it a super bowl.
Thing again down there, mate. Push, push. Helps, mate.
Well, he's in the eye.
Yep.
Adam will be wanting to, I mean, they need to score here, really.
Adam. Try just set him off, stay there, pick up the white. Yes, this way. Good here, mate.
This is a fair effort here.
Still not going to turn with that speed on, is it? He did
Yeah,
take
very good weight.
quite a substantial amount of weight off of that, but
Hello, mate.
which would have thought it would have turned more than it did. But it's another 1 to the McGuigan skip side, courtesy of his brilliant draw shot. And now 8 shots and 3 ends. It's now starting to get a little bit desperate for the Adam Blucher skip team.
Oh, it's changed, hasn't it, from thinking, well, we can do it in 1s and 2s, to we probably need 3s and 4s here. A couple of a 3 would be good, and you can work backwards from a 3.
15 ends played, and there's only 5 ends that the Auckland side have scored on, so as we see the replay, a little bit less weight might have got that to turn even more than it did, but he definitely had less weight than his first bowl.
Yeah, it started to break back, and you can just
Frustration.
if you've played bowls, you've been there.
Yep.
Interesting. From the mid end, this is a nice bowl. From the mid end, that orange bowl that sits at 1 o'clock would have looked almost like it was in the line to try and draw that shot.
Hence, I think that's why Zoran was a little bit heavy. He was just looking. That bowl was just causing him to just to push his bowl a little bit, I think. Still needs to just float it out there and drift it round that short bowl rather than. I think he could have even been looking to try and push the orange one through and stay there himself. This is better. This is better. Still a little bit quick.
Trusting the bowl. That's a skill in itself, isn't it? Just having faith that your bowler's going to come back to the centre line.
Yep.
All you need to focus on is delivering it out to that breaking point, and the bowl literally does the rest of the work for you.
Absolutely.
Beautiful day. I see we've got a third. Did we have 3 flags before?
No, there was only 2. We've another one's arrived.
We'll have a look at that in a second. I'm sure there was only 2, wasn't there?
Yes, there was, yes.
Stand by it. We'll try and figure out what they are. So we've got... Oh, they've got 2 Burnside Bowling Club flags there.
We have. They've put a second Burnside one up and the Bowls New Zealand flag.
So you're not going cross-eyed. 2 Burnside, 1 Bowls New Zealand. It does look nicer instead of having the empty flagpole in the middle. It'll be Alan Bryce, I bet you.
Yes. One of the real legends of the Burnside Bowling Club, the work he's done around here.
Oh, incredible. There's a lot of energy. Fair to middling end here.
Good bowl here from Robbie.
Yeah, it's a nice bowl.
And that's one of the first ones we've seen on that hand that's drawn the shot. That's a very, very good bowl.
Could get a good result inside out. Oh, didn't.
Yeah.
They hurt to watch because you have all the excitement of possibilities using that shelf. They were there. Just managed to somehow find it clean. Yeah, nice bowling.
2 very, very good bowls there from Robbie. Might see a bit of aggression here.
On his backhand.
In the area. Oh, it's batted out sideways.
Double kiss out the side and reset the head. I've actually been impressed, Dave, with that. What am I trying to say here? There's been a lot of control in spaces where if you're frustrated, I would have expected to see players actually wind up. You know,
Fair call.
They've been on the back foot.
Fair call. Yep.
It's been, even that was an opportunity where it's like, if I was the team that was on 11, I'm a bit grumpy at how it's going. Very easy to go, cool, there's a target, I'll wind up and let it go. But
Yep.
There's been a lot of control from this Auckland team. Just down the side there.
And drawn the shot. Very good bowl.
Of course, in the ditch anyway.
Just come into the rink of play.
Even a third shot here is good from Adam. then he can look to rip the shot bowl out. But he might have just drawn the shot himself.
Just ran on, but it could be the shot.
It's a nice bowl. It's well played.
Beat yours, you're in, said Robbie. Good call there. Nothing, don't need to do anything dramatic here. If you drop a 1, that's not big. Not a big issue for the Wellington-based team. Taps his own, he's going to probably get the shot out of it, or he just sat it down. It's another handy bowl, so the most they can drop is a 2. If they're 1 down now, Adam can only draw another one and make it 2, which is not too bad a result for the Wellington team.
He just pointed trying to get rid of both of Finbar's bowls.
That's a very, very tricky shot to try and play that.
You'd have to hit it at the speed of light.
Yes. On the perfect angle to get it to rip across sideways and take the other one.
It's almost, it almost isn't on. It just, I suppose the laws of physics would say it must be, because the Finbar's bowl to the left is slightly lower, Finbar's bowl to the right. I just saw Adam, he moved his foot past the 2 bowls. What would it be worth? It'd bring 2 more in if Finbar's disappeared.
2 more in.
I reckon he'd get unlucky though. I think Finbar would actually cannon out the 4th shot, so you might only bring 1 more in. Yeah, good decision. So for all that talk, he's just going to try and draw here.
He's going to roll that one in for shot, is he? Yeah, yes. Yeah. So another.
Your balls are 2
1
off to get them both. Drive them both off.
1 to the McGuigan skip team. They're now 9 shots in front with 2 ends to go.
And if Auckland doesn't score at least a 2 here, we will see a shaking of the hands. Score diff doesn't come into it at the Nationals. It's just games 1. You can afford to lose 2. You lose more than 2, and you become a spectator for the post-section rounds.
Oh, Johnny!
Good opening bowl from John Bryan there.
It's a nice start. If you think they're looking to score, oh, it's so hard to see a way back. You'd probably want to be 5 down last end is potentially doable to draw the game if you're 5 down last end, and they trail by 9. So what's that? 4. They literally need to score a 4 here, the Auckland team, to be a realistic chance. And by real, I mean to be a chance.
To be a slim chance. Yeah, at that, I think we could very well be watching the last end of this game. I think, especially when you see a good bowl like this. Oh, he just pulled up a little bit short again. I thought he was better than that. Still 2 handy bowls.
Yeah. Play to yours, mate.
See that delivery again, the foot pointed in the right direction. It's helpful too, isn't it, to have video of a delivery? That's a very good coaching tool.
Absolutely, one of the best coaching tools around.
Very good.
It's amazing the number of times I've videoed players, and I mean one in particular. I don't do that. I don't do that. I showed them the video and they still, I don't do that. I said, here's the video. Look at, have a look. Oh, right, I do that.
So,
no, it is an excellent coaching tool, the video camera. Absolutely. Even just your phone.
It's all you need nowadays, isn't it?
The video.
It's one I notice a lot. I do it myself. Is when you step forward with your pointer foot. Nick does plays it nicely. So his left foot steps out in the right direction. So his left foot is pointing where the bowler's going.
Straight down his line.
It's
yep.
very easy to have your foot
Hang around here.
turned inwards, so you step forward, and if you actually looked at your foot, it's either pointing straight up or in the opposite direction of where you're supposed to be aiming, and you end up coming across your body. And it feels totally natural until you get someone to record the video and watch your delivery, and you think, goodness gracious, it's no good.
Well, that's
Ball
better,
from
mate.
Steve.
Well done.
Good bowl there, promoted Brother John's bowl closer to the jack.
Try
And
and get half of it, mate. Half of the jack there, you'll
I
be
think
real good.
Finbar will be asking Steve to get one round the back with the next bowl, because they are a bit in danger. They're a bit exposed at the back there. All the opposition bowls are past the head.
Look at this.
And he
Look
might
at
have
this.
the jack. He's got the jack, but unfortunately for him, it
Keep going.
sprung out.
He would have paid a lot to get that squarer back. Perfect weight.
Back Robbie Bird with 2 bowls to get one reasonably close here. He might not get both of them close, but he'll get one of them. If this one's not close, he'll make a good adjustment with his next one. But look at that, he's drawn it very close.
Yeah, nice shot from Robbie Bird. So we watch this bowl.
Hey, look in there. Get in.
He's not going to come back on the rink. He has to be inside that red mark on the bank there. They'll have a look. Yep, no, it's definitely out. So,
I think, oh, perfect weight.
yep.
In that foot placement, look at this from Robbie Bird. Yep, in the right direction. There's pointer foot with the foot that steps forward, the left foot.
Play, Betty.
He's very close again. Is he? But yes, he's come back on the rink.
That's just classy.
That's very, very good bowling.
Well, you're not going to see Nevin fall short here. Stay on this angle.
Hey, you're looking.
Oh, that was really close to our microphone. Not that close to the jack, but close to what's pushing the noise through.
Just in case.
Oh, he's just picked it. That's
Picked
great.
it up.
Thank you, Adam. That's good. I was now pointing in the wrong direction, but that's okay. That's nice that he's thinking about the Bowls New Zealand equipment. I'll have to thank him for that later on. Look at that perfect weight from Robbie Bird. That bowl not coming back alive, so Adam Blucher looking for a nibble here. Oh, good thing you moved the microphone. Feeling like we're heading towards a shaking of the hands here, Dave.
Absolutely, yep. Unless Adam can kill it. Hit the bowl at an angle that's going to get the jack to kill.
Slip back in line, mate.
I think we'll
Back
be
in. What
just
am I?
trying to put a block in there, I think.
It's over. And congratulations to Finbar McGuigan, Robbie Bird and the 2 Bryans. It's a convincing win, but I must say, impressed with the fight shown by that Auckland composite team. They took it almost to the full 18 ends, and it would have been easy, I think, Dave, to let that game slip a bit more than what it did.
Yeah, it was good. The ends 11 and 12, where they scored back-to-back twos, brought them back to within 5 shots of the Wellington side, and it looked like the chance of a comeback was on. However, I think the Wellington side just showed some real good bottle. They kept cool, kept calm. Just picking up ones just makes the ends disappear rather quickly. and yeah, in the end, comfortable victory.
Yeah, good stuff, and thank you for joining us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights of that game. We'll be back soon at 3 o'clock.
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.
do some damage here.
Oh,
Yeah,
outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do you.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of this, the third round of the fours section play in the 2025 Summerset National Championships, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary for this one by Dave Edwards. And Dave, we saw an interesting game, a one-sided game in the first round, but they played well. Do you think we're going to see something different in this game?
Well, we've got two very interesting teams here. We've got the team from the Northland Centre, who have got a pretty good record at national level. They've won a national title, Champ Fours, in the past, and we've got the Patrick Houlihan team from the Clyde Club in Central Otago, who the pretty gun players in their own centre. The challenge for them is doing it on the national stage, and so that's going to be the interesting part of this particular game. But a team that's sort of been there and done it in the past with Trevor Reeder's team. And may I say right from the outset that Trevor has asked us to refer to him as Dusty.
Dusty.
Apparently he's much more readily known by the name Dusty Reeder. So, so interesting game. Very interesting game.
Lovely conditions here at the Burnside Bowling Club as they were during the first game.
It looks like that might be Dave Chisholm's bowl from Pat Houlihan's team. That's right slap bang on the jack there.
Has there been a change around in one of the teams? I think the leading two may have switched. We'll just keep our eyes peeled. We've seen this. They keep doing it to us at this Nationals, these teams changing the positions around, which of course they're perfectly entitled to do.
They could ask us first for permission, really. You know, I mean,
it'd be nice. The Northland team too had a very good run at the Central Otago National Fours. Seem to recall it was either a semi-final or a quarter-final that they
semi-final, yes, they did, yes. Some pretty good bowls right from the word go here on the very first end.
Yeah, so it's Roger O'Brien off the front for the Central Otago team, and Dave Chisholm playing too, so we'll get that updated on the scoreboard. It's interesting, how often do we see it? I suppose it happens reasonably regularly, doesn't it, at National Fours where it's a very important event, it's the pinnacle of the domestic calendar, just the tinkering with the team sometimes, Dave?
Yep. Absolutely, and they may have made that decision before they even got here. They could have sent the team in the original form, but then had to think about things and made the change even before they delivered a bowl, and they're quite entitled to do that. Or they may have played a couple of games and thought, well, this isn't really working, and made the change as a result of that. So it's we'll just have to catch up on the results of their first games. I know Patrick Houlihan's team, I think they might have dropped their first game, and we'll just have to catch up and see how they went in their second game. But I think the boys from Northland have won both of their first two matches. We'll just clarify that for you as we go through the commentary.
Yeah, Pat Houlihan lost his first on an extra end and won the second game. So they've had an exciting day so far. We saw Howard O'Donnell, of course, on the broadcast rank at the Summerset National Singles, where he needed the game to qualify and was unable quite to get there. So he'll be looking to have a different experience on the broadcast rank today, I'm sure.
So, as we see there, the one shot at the moment to Pat Houlihan's side. The boys all smartly dressed, both teams, in their respective club uniforms, although the Northland boys, three of the team are from the Camo Club. That's Dusty Reader, Paul Price and Steve Smith. Paul Williams playing it too, he's from the One Tree Point Club. So, and the Pat Houlihan skip side are all from the Clyde Club in Central Otago.
Pretty sure one of my great aunts might have played at the Camo Bowling Club. I knew her as Auntie Chap, and her name was Lillian. It's my great-grandfather, his two oldest kids were Auntie Chap and Auntie Chum, because he thought he was going to have boys. Had two girls, so Chap and Chum, they're known to the families, but I think she might have been a club coach up there. Would have been the 80s or 90s. Or I could be totally wrong, but I think so. It rings some sort of bell for me. Onto that one. Oh. Running through, such a well-known name, isn't he, in our sport, Pat Houlihan?
Yeah. 33 centre titles down there in Central Otago. So, yeah. He's no mug with the bowl in his hand, that's for sure. Pat Houlihan on the draw. If he drops under that, he's a chance.
Oh, lovely effort.
So the last bowl of the first end lies in the hands of Dusty Reader. One down on the head at the moment, and not a lot of access to get to the shot bowl to get rid of it. So he's just resorted to try and draw it off. Might be a bit wide.
So 1 to Pat Houlihan, the Central Otago team. First blood on this first end. Score 1-0 after one end of 18. Beautiful day. If you are looking for something to do over the next 7 days, there are bowling clubs all around Christchurch hosting the Summerset National Fours, followed by the mixed pairs, and the vast majority, I must say, of clubs that I've visited in Canterbury have very nice pavilions. You know, there's Sumner comes to mind as one that's absolutely beautiful, but we were at Fendleton having a look at that 2 days ago, or it might have been yesterday. I'm all turned around. Beautiful pavilion. Burnside's easy to watch bowls from, so anywhere you go in Christchurch is a nice place to watch the bowls, and there's certainly plenty of it coming up.
And my word, how popular is the mixed pairs becoming? You know, obviously we've got the fours this week, but next week a big field for the mixed pairs, which is gaining in popularity year after year.
Yeah, very satisfying indeed to see that tournament go from strength to strength. And when you think that we only combined, well, I know it's not that long ago, we combined as a sport, men and women, in 1996. It wasn't until the noughties, 2001 or 2002, that we had a combined nationals. To now have an open New Zealand Mixed Pairs Championship is a very nice step, and I think it's fair to say that we've just about got there now, Dave.
Yep.
I think it wasn't until 2008 that we even had a combined World Championships, was it? That was the first year where
Yes.
the women and the men played at the same time in the same place.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm close, so I'm going to walk up that side.
So interesting to note here that one team's playing the forehand in this direction, the other team's... Yeah, no, Dusty's just asked to switch to the forehand as well. I think we saw from the first game we televised it, it's definitely the easier side of the green, seemed to be the more favoured one, definitely. Ooh, through the hole. So Dave Chisholm just going to duck underneath the head, and that'll be not bad speed, so he'll be able to adjust for that. Obviously the first time down that hand, the first time they've played in this direction, it'll be just sorting out their lines for the first few ends. The sooner you can do that, the better. The sooner that you can work out the line of the bowl that's going to get your bowl finishing on the centre line, then you know it, and you can trust it, and you can just keep plugging it down that line for the rest of the day. So very, very important early in the game, and especially if there's trial ends as well. Use your trial ends to ascertain what line is going to bring my bowl back to the centre line.
I think we're going to need to get the cattle prod out for Pat Houlihan.
Looks like it.
Who's been on television enough to know not to stand right in the middle of the rink. I want to make it clear to viewers that it's not through lack of trying. You know, we have marks on the rink that we say, this is where you please don't stand in between these marks. And then we tell them. Having also, in defence of them, been on a couple of broadcast rinks myself, sometimes it's hard to break years and years of habit, and you're watching the bowls and trying to stay focused. It's very easy just to stray back into the centre line of that rink when you're watching a bowl come up.
Get engrossed in the game, I suppose, don't they? That's the big thing, yeah. Pat's interest in this one, walking forward to have a good look. And then goes straight back and stands in front of the camera.
will they be talking about here, do you think? Looked like it was a conversation about the sides of the rink,
hands,
perhaps?
yeah, I think it was. And I think there might have been a bit of discussion about the wind and which side is being wind assisted and which one's being wind hampered. It's definitely the Clyde team have latched onto things a little bit earlier. Only the second end, early days. Nothing to panic about yet by any stretch of the imagination. Uh-oh. Oh, he's lucky he's going to get the bowl and not the jack.
Always happy when you get it square and stay. I've got an inkling, I think Pat may have also played for a New Zealand over 60s or over 65s team. About 2019, maybe just before COVID, I think we had a New Zealand over 60s team. Look at this.
First drive of the day, and he got the one bowl only right square in the tummy, and therefore didn't get the splash effect. Sometimes you get a bowl on the edge, you might clean out 2 or 3, but he just plucked one out clean.
I think that may have also been the year Sharon Sims had to fill in for Margaret O'Connor, who fell ill. So technically, Sharon, who was a coach, I think, or a selector at the time, played a game for New Zealand in the over 60s team, which a nice, I think, a nice thing to tick off. Sharon, of course, having been one of the great blackjacks, dominated the game in the 90s and noughties.
You're right, it's Sharon, of course, one of our true champion bowlers.
Oh, a nice bowl from Pat Houlihan.
She had an outstanding international career, Sharon. She's now the patron of Bowls New Zealand, and still involved with the high performance group in a selection role, I think.
It's fascinating to listen to talk about bowls, Sharon. She has wonderful insights. How's the weight? Oh, not going to get there.
So how many is this?
Oh, it's at least 2. Patrick.
It's 2 and a look, I think, yeah.
Houlihan's 2 bowls, the first and second shot.
4. They've kicked out already.
Well, that's a great end from the Central Otago team. 4 there, so lead by a handful now. 5-0 after 2 ends. I always enjoyed going back to Sharon Sims, Dave. Sharon and Joe, when they talk about their experience playing pairs together for New Zealand. So Joe went in at skip, I think, and Sharon was an established bowler, and they talk about the team being selected, but also the communication differences, in that I think one of them was a very visual communicator and the other one liked to talk a lot, and how as a team do we understand each other. And it's a fair point, and I don't think we think about it as much as we could at bowls, like what's the most efficient way to communicate within our teams, and how do we make sure that the skip or the player that's playing the bowl has the information that they think they need.
It was something that we used to delve into big time in the New Zealand squad system. The VARC system of learning is something that we used to discuss, because VARC, which is either visual, like I'm going to have to work if I can get this right, visual, and then there's oral, read, write, and kinetics, which is doing it. So what's the best way that you individually learnt? And some people learn by listening, some people learn by doing it themselves, some people learn by reading it or having it written down and reading it. And it was quite interesting, like we'd have the squad together and I'd do some sort of presentation, and I'd leave, there would be notes on, and I'd print them all off, and there'd be a copy for everyone. And when we'd finished, there'd be some who wouldn't take the piece of paper. They'd just walk out and forget it, and because that's not the way they learn. They don't learn by reading it. And so, but I used to get a wee bit toey to start with. Oh, look at they haven't even taken their. But it wasn't until we got into this VARC learning, and there was a questionnaire that you could fill out that tells you what your learning preference is, and so we started doing that with the squads, and it was an important thing to do because of that exact reason you said. Some people, very quick, short, sharp, tell me, and they're happy with that. Others, no, you've got to paint me a picture, you've got to show me, so it was important when it came to communicating. Sharon used to like a bit of a picture painted, yes, this is our bowl here, and if you come round this one and
so on and so forth,
just miss that, or whereas others draw the shot here, but Sharon liked a picture painted, and so Joe had to learn that, had to give her as much information as she could. So very, very important, especially in fours teams, but even pairs, which those two played together a great deal. Very, very important aspect of knowing how you like to give and receive information. So once again here it's the Clyde boys have definitely got the edge off the front at the moment, holding a couple of good shots at right here, although this bowl might have something to say about that. Just going to pull up a little bit short, but
yeah, lovely bowls, lovely lead bowls, isn't it, to start off with?
Yeah. Roger O'Brien, no wonder they switched him to lead. If switched the front two around, he's really performing well.
Howard O'Donnell.
Howard O'Donnell with his red line SRs, his Taylor SRs. The other three members of the Clyde team all use the Henselite XGs. And for the Northland boys, we've got two that use the XG. That's Steve Smith and Paul Price, so the lead and the three. Paul Williams has got the SRs. And Dusty Reader, the skip, an unusual, not all that common bowl, the Aero Evolve he's using, which is,
Aren't they the big swing? Or is that the...
No, they're a bit straighter.
No, they're halfway in between a Dynamic and an Optima, aren't they, the Evolves?
Yes,
yeah. And then what's the Groove is the big swinging bowl for the Aero.
It is, yep.
So we go. Correction time for Howard.
Very good. Make the change. More grass.
It's been wonderful to see I think very helpful for bowlers to have the competition in the bowls manufacturing space. We've seen a lot of innovation in the last 5 to 10 years, and I think it's pushing all the manufacturers to come up with new things. Aero just came out with this, what do they call it? The logo, the true colour logo. So you can have any logo you want put on your bowls, and it's full colour. It's like a picture's been painted.
Okay.
Fantastic stuff. It's all. Oh, that's a
very, very
good bowl. Only going to result in better bowls, I think, and the wider variety that we have to choose from as bowlers, both manufacturer and model types, the better it is.
Great conversion there from Paul Price. Two down to 2 up with a little trail of the jack.
I think also we'll notice that Pat Hurleyhand's noticed the cameras exist. I think there was a verbal cattle prodder perhaps applied by someone who may or may not have been a former president of Bowls New Zealand. Thank you, Anne.
He'll be looking to drop. Has he got round those short ones? No, he hasn't. He's going to run into it. It is his own bowl that he's promoted up there, but
holding a nice 2, the Northland team. So Dusty, will be hopeful that his team may score here. You see Steve Smith there just with the foot out, saying, yep, our bowl here, please.
Interesting dynamic there with Steve being the lead of the team, but it looks like he runs the head for Dusty when Dusty's on the mat. So quite interesting to note that.
So Pat, that conversation looked like he's just going to endeavour to play a similar bowl again, see if he can thread the needle through on the back end, which is to the right as we see it.
It is very much threading the needle. It's a bit of a jungle he's got to get through up there. The advantage he's got is that they're all his bowls and the running, out there that he probably went a bit too quick.
Yeah, going to finish with a splash.
This is another thing. You see Steve standing there giving a foot to show Dusty where Jack level is. Some people absolutely love that and others hate it. And you've got to, once again, it's another discussion you need to have with your teammates. Do you like a foot out? Yeah, or some will say, look, if I want it, I'll ask for it. And others will say, oh, no, give it to me all the time. And others, don't you dare. So another important discussion that you need to have as a team, especially when you're playing together for the first time. So 2 to the Dusty Reader Skip team. They open their account. Trail by 5-2 after 3 ends.
That is a magnificent hat. Sorry to interrupt you, Dave, but that's fantastic. That's probably the best thing I've seen all day. What a sense of fashion that bloke has.
Awesome.
So yeah, certainly interesting. It'll be interesting to watch the communication. I think these are 2 pretty well established teams, so it should be quite simple, but I found it interesting watching a little bit of the Trans-Tasman that we had and also some other events where you have teams that are relatively newly put together and just following how the communication comes and goes, because there's lots of little things in bowls that you might not think of. For example, some skips don't want to know how many down they are if their shot hasn't changed. So I'm playing you, I missed my first bowl, you add a bonus, I don't need to be told that I'm now 3 down instead of 2 down. But some skips do like to know. And it's really important to get that right, because if you've irritated the player who's about to play the bowl, you're not asking, it's hard to get the best out of them, isn't it?
Yep. And then you'll normally get the skip saying, hang on a minute, I'm not 3 down, I haven't played a bowl yet, you guys are 3 down.
Let's be clear here.
Interesting observation here with Steve Smith just letting his bowl go now. Very much favours the backhand. And round the clock backhand player, which, as a coach we don't really recommend it, but I guess if you're if you're murdering it round the clock and you're nailing it left, right and centre, then go for gold. But tend to try and coach that you play up and down one side of the rink, so forehand in one direction, backhand coming back the other way if you're a lead.
Probably answers the question we had before, which is, well, why is Steve Smith off the front?
And that's probably why. Yeah.
A good bowler backhand around the clock off the front's a good place for you to be.
Yep. If you play up and down the same, forehand in one direction, backhand in the other, you're using the same side of the green, the same side of the rink you're using, so you're travelling through the same speed of green, because we all know that sometimes the different sides of the rinks can be different speeds, believe it or not. Probably not such a common thing on beautifully kept greens like here at Burnside, but some greens definitely you can notice a difference in the speed from one side of the rink to the other.
Particularly when you have your mixed weed. You know, might have like some starweed sneaks into a Maniatoto green or so on and so forth. You can get patches of the green where
Yep.
your bowl runs over and it's going to slow down.
Yep.
It's a nice bowl from Dave Chisholm. Yeah, well
Very
played.
good bowl. Very good bowl. Trusted the green. Trusted throwing his bowl out.
If you're wondering where you can find results for this Summerset National Fours, the easiest place to go is the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and there are links everywhere there that will take you to BowlSub, which is our results and entry system. There is also links on our social media pages, and the results are coming in quite nicely from the clubs around the place, so you should be able to see how your club mates are progressing. And I would recommend that if you're wondering how the section is going, the best button to click is the ladder button. So if you look along the top of your screen, you can choose how you're seeing the results. If you click onto the ladder button, that tells you very simply how many wins your team has had, and when we get to a point where teams have qualified, there's a line for the cut as well, as you would see in golf, which is quite helpful. Paul Price.
Trusting his grass as well. Look at this, it's going to finish on the centre line. Really good grass taking. So all he needs to do is same line and just drop a couple of 3 feet of weight off, and he'll be very handy.
He's not happy with that one, Howard O'Donnell. Almost a flick when he let that go. Just didn't come out of his hand as he would have liked, and you can see there the result of that. It's not ideal. Yeah, you get the hands, you go, well, we'll move on. Close.
Really in the area here. Has he got the jack? Has he got the jack? Yes,
Oh.
he has.
Oh, what a bowl. Well played. Pat just...
Oh, calling the drive. Drive that, he says.
Fair enough. It's not going to be short here.
Howard O'Donnell doesn't hesitate. Standing up nice and tall. He's going to get the jack. Oh, just missed the jack.
How come that bowl sat down?
It got a fright.
That was a lovely effort from Howard O'Donnell. Nice delivery. It's interesting. That's where you can sometimes see a delivery break down as on the drive, because the pieces are moving quite quickly. It's always interesting to watch and see if players are able to get their arm through nice and square.
The players tend to lose their shape when it comes to driving, and the absolute 100% most of the time reason well it is they try to let it go too quick instead of looking for rhythm and timing. Rhythm and timing is appropriate to all of the shots that we play, whether it's a draw shot or a run shot or a drive. The rhythm and timing of the delivery is paramount. And if you try to let it go too hard, that's when you'll lose all timing and all rhythm and shape, and it'll go all over the shop.
Interesting to see what Pat opts to play here. He asked Howard to play a full-blooded drive. I'd be surprised here if we saw Pat play it. That's a good 3-shot, isn't it?
Gone back to the draw here, trying to... both his bowls that are in the running out there, and I think he might have been looking to promote one of those, and hence he's been quick. It's another good testing situation when you're in the when you've got a couple of bowls that are in the running. Do I purposely play to try to punch them up, or do I just draw? And quite often, because if you play to punch them up and miss, your bowl's wasted. But if you're just drawing, and you do run into one of them, you're still every chance that you're going to promote them into a scoring position. So sometimes we tend to overplay this because we're purposely trying to punch it up. He's in the area this time. He's taken a lot of weight off, you see here, and he's just going to get the desired result. Great shot.
That's a classy bowl. That's a very classy bowl from Pat Houlihan. Would have been easy to miss that.
Excellent adjustment from his first bowl, and he did it just simply by taking the weight off, and it allowed the bowl to turn nicely into his own one in the running there, and he successfully punched it up for shot.
Well, the jack's got a bias on it. Moving to our right, it should still stay in the bounds of the rink though. Roger. Right on the corner of the mat, no step.
No step and gets down very low. It'd be looks to me like he'd have a very sore back at the end of a day's bowls.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'm sore enough as it is, and I just stand up and play the bowl.
Yep, so here's Steve sticking to his backhand. He's another one that very tiny step.
Would sort of class it as a more... That's a beautiful bowl, by the way. It feels like an old-fashioned delivery to me, Dave. It's like a leftover from when our greens were a bit quicker than what they are now, and it was actually a very good solution to a fast green, as if you don't take a step and the only thing that is moving is your arm, you're not going to get accidental speed through.
The only problem with that is the minute you strike a slightly slower green, you're in trouble.
Yeah. And over the years we had a number of New Zealand teams, more early to be fair, in the 50s and 60s, strike that problem. There's a really good book. Sound like a bowls person now. There's a good book called Mr. Bowls, which was written by uncle of Phil, T.T. Scogland, Pete. His name was Pete. And he was in the New Zealand team in the 50s and 60s. And it's essentially written as an autobiography from his hospital bed when he was unwell. He was in hospital for whatever reason. And he sort of recounts the New Zealand team of the day, and it was ordinarily... he was arguing that you should pick the New Zealand fours winners, because he thought his argument was they were all friends and knew how to play bowls, and that's not how it was picked, so you had skips go to lead, so on and so forth. And I think he spoke about going to Canada, must have been in the 50s, and coming, New Zealand greens at that time were only 20 seconds, and the New Zealand team were playing on greens that run at 9. It was just an absolutely foreign experience.
Yep. It's almost like, well, not almost, it is like a new version of the game that you've got to learn when you play in the Northern Hemisphere or in places like Canada where the greens are so slow. It's a completely different type of game altogether. And those that get to experience the slower greens learn that pretty quickly, that it's a different delivery, it's a different style of game. You never draw to the jack on those surfaces, you draw through it. You're always up and searching and reaching, and so completely different style of game.
Important perspective, I think, and it's easy to watch, and we'll have international viewers tuning into this, so you might watch an Australian broadcast, for example, on their 14 or 15 second greens, and the heads are really grouped in, and we go, oh, the Aussies are better than us. It's like, well, there's more of them, yes, but if you put any group of half decent to competent bowlers on a 14 or 15 second green, you're going to find very clumped heads of bowls, because it's easier. You put them on an 18, 19, 20 second green, the heads aren't as clumped.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's just different games, isn't it?
Yep. And leads to another thing that I say a lot to teams when I'm coaching, and that is, what is the object of the game of bowls? What do we have to do in the sport of bowls to be successful? And everyone, well, not everyone, but quite often I get half the room say, well, you've got to get them as close as you can. But the other half then realise, no, all you've got to do is be closer than your opposition. And so that's where on the 19, 20, 21 second greens, the shots might be a yard away, but they're still closer than what your opposition's is, and that's all you've got to do.
They still count the same.
Yep. And on your 14, 15 second greens, as you say, which is the speed that I love because it enables you to play all the shots. And it does create some exciting heads because it is a little bit easier to group your bowls on that speed of green, and that's the speed that I love seeing bowls played on.
That's where you'll see the most effective bowls.
Yep.
Still a little bit of room for the bowl to turn. Howard was close with his first one here, so he's going to play essentially the same bowl. They're one down to that blue stickered bowl at 6 o'clock. He can't be far away.
Pat said he's got a chance. Has he got the bowl? Just enough of it to give him the shot. Yep.
Good shot.
Very good shot. Well played. Good speed.
Much. Oh, just stopped coming back. It was finished level with the jack.
Okay, play more positive than it. Play an 8 hole. You want to try and get through there. Any of these bowls out. Yeah. You hit quick, he'll come up, or you'll be underneath it and grab those ones.
So just the one shot. The Pat Houlihan side.
The wind has totally stopped, which is why it feels like it's about 400 degrees.
Yep, the wind's dropping right away. There's a bit of a change in the forecast for tomorrow. I hope it doesn't come true, talking about thundery showers around lunchtime, though we don't really want that.
Wash your mouth out, Dave.
Yes. Bit of a change to the forecast for Christchurch, but hopefully they're inland and we don't get them here at Burnside.
Just put stop signs and say, no, you can't come here. It would irritate me if it rained. Pat, be careful. Where's the jack spewing to?
Oh, he's lucky that's his own bowl out there, though. It's his own.
Yeah. Fortuitous, really, isn't it? Through the jack.
I guess the added bonus for him here is it has made it a wee bit harder to get to because it's forced Dusty onto that forehand, which not a lot of people have mastered so far today while we've been watching. Not as many bowls have been played down that side of the rink, and let's see if he can handle it. He's dropped underneath.
So the jack to the bottom left of your screen. See that red stickered, that one there, the red stickered bowl. So a chance for Pat to add it to. This game ticking along. Little moments of magic. Oh, chasing after it.
Trying to find the same hole.
Well, you'd think if he played the same bowl it'd be worth 3.
He's going to get hooked up on the short stuff, is he? Yep.
+4.
So they're down a few here, the Northland team.
Trying to look. Very important bowl early in the game still, but it's an important bowl here from Dusty.
He's given it room to breathe. I'm concerned that he might be a bit quick here.
Quick, yeah. Whose is that bowl out there? Is that his? Oh, he didn't get enough of it if it was. Taking the 2 out now. Let's have a look at the 3rd one.
Watch out for the cameras, Dusty. Oh.
Measuring for the 3rd here.
Oh, very close, Harry. Oh, don't knock that.
See the heat waves.
You can't afford to be narrow.
From the rink next door, somebody was obviously a bit narrow. We didn't see how many that was. We'll have to wait and see what the scoreboard tells us. There we go.
Oh, one of them is on 2. Must be a 2 there.
Yep, 2. They've gone to 8. Eight 2 after 5 ends. Still very early days.
It's the good thing about the 18 end. I think 18 ends is a nice length of time for a game of fours, because it gives you a bit of space, doesn't it, for a run one way and then the other.
It is a good number of ends. You can get a true winner, I feel. You know, some people still love and that's why Taranaki is so popular. The 25 end games of fours. That's what it used to be years and years ago. When and there's legendary stories of guys finishing their second, because they only played 2 games a day at the Nationals, and finishing their second game in dusk.
Yeah.
Because 25 ends with kills all over the place. And there's also stories of guys not finishing the first game, playing the afternoon game, and then going back out and finishing the morning game with 25 ends. Which, but 18, I believe you do get a true idea of which of the 2 teams is the better one over 18 ends.
18's always felt like a nice number. 15 feels a bit pinched.
A bit pinched, yeah.
18's it just gives you space to. I think your comebacks don't need to be through massive bowls. You don't have to play a big bowl for a bundle. You can work your way back into a game in 1s and 2s. You can play, I think, smart bowls and win a game of 18 ends, whereas the shorter ones, you sometimes need to see a bit of magic happen. Yep. Otherwise, it's just that bowl too far. And that was a beautiful look at that too.
2 excellent bowls from Steve Smith there.
Oh, if you're backhand round if you can do that backhand round the clock, it's fair enough.
I'm just going to say that if I was his skip and he did that all the time, I'd be. You play backhand as much as you want, mate.
Oh, ruined all the good work. Oh, some of the good work. I thought he was going to get some jack movement there.
So did I.
Yeah, you're there. Just draw. Gonna beat that.
1 bowl left.
Lovely speed. And another counter for the Northland side.
Go too wide. You saw what happened to my bowl. It's got stuck out there.
Oh, he's hunting the jack again here.
In the middle.
He's got yes, he got it that time. Got a big hunk of the bowl first and then on to the jack. And has created a lot of room now for the back-end players to weave their magic. He's still holding the shot. He got the shot out of it as well. So good bowl here. This is a great bowl, is it? Is he going to climb up there for shot? He might have done enough to get the shot, but...
Come down, draw the shot.
Yep, he did get the shot with that, but it's still a yard away, so I thought it was going to run on a bit more than what it did. So Howard O'Donnell now on the forehand. There's the jack all on its own. Nothing within a yard of it. Can he change that?
Well, he's on the right line.
Is he going to stop? Yes, he is.
That's nicely
Very good
played.
bowl.
Guys, come down. You find it down, Pricey. Behind is good.
It's a tighter line. Going to run away.
Yeah. Danger of dropping a few here. If Howard O'Donnell can back up his first bowl with a second, it's a nice head building.
Just think there, the Northland Paul Price there, just guilty of jack hunting or bowl hunting rather than just drawing the shot. Just calm yourself down, sand it down on a nice big line like this bowl here looks like. Just draw the shot instead of that nibbly speed that he was looking to play with his first bowl. And there we go, another very good bowl from Howard O'Donnell.
Two exceptional shots.
See whether Paul Price just settles down here and reverts to drawing the shot rather than having a nibble. That's a better line.
Oh, I think he might still be chasing this a little bit.
He's a bit quick, yep.
You know, you look at the score, it's 8-2. The Northland team probably wants to score before the Central Otago team gets into double figures. 2 down here, so Trevor Reader with a bit of work to do.
And there's danger here also because Pat would have just noticed, and I noticed when we had that overhead shot there, he'll just be drawing another shot, but if he happens to trail the jack about a foot or so, I think it looks like it's going to be about a 5 he'd be holding.
Yeah, it's a lovely head that's being built
Yes.
for the Central Otago team.
Absolutely. Just needs to trail the jack a little bit away from that short bowl, which is third shot at the moment. But you can see all the red disc bowls. If he trailed the jack a foot down the line, he's going to be holding 5 or 6. This is one of those ones where you don't try to trail it. You know that option's there, but I'm just going to draw the shot. If I happen to trail it, that's the bonus. That's the mentality you've got to play the shot with. If you physically go chasing the trail, he's got it. He's got it. Might have just gone a bit too far though, as he killed it.
Imagine surely not.
Not quite. It's still on the line, I think.
That'd be such a disappointing kill for Pat Houlihan if he has. Looks like it's on the line.
It does look like it's still in, but the worst part, it hasn't really worked for him because it's gone too far. So one of the back bowls there is a blue disc bowl for the Northland team. So I think Pat's team is still holding, but nowhere near as many as what it could have been he might in fact be one down. That might be the shot, that back bowl. So he actually, this is what I was alluding to. I think he went purposely chasing the trail instead of just drawing another shot, and if I happen to trail it, that's the bonus. And he's spat it too far, and to the point where he could even be one down now.
Comes overplayed. Trevor, or Dusty, sorry, just passing through. Well, Patrick, there's no reason why Pat wouldn't stay on the forehand if you've got all your own bowls.
Yep.
To the left as you see it, to the jack.
The only other thing he might be looking at here is that are they one down? And if they are, he might go hunting that bowl. But he's going to leave Dusty a lot of room to draw the shot.
Favour us
For
two.
two, he said. Yeah, okay. So in that case, you just draw another shot, and you're dead right. You play it on the forehand.
Let's wait. Wonder, it's a yellow jack, isn't it? But it wouldn't be a heavy jack. It's just it'll just be the colour.
I think so. Yeah.
They don't have carpet at Burnside, so there'd be no reason for there to be a heavy jack yet.
And he is playing the forehand. Good to see.
Oh, down to his weight now.
He's not too bad here. If he gets a clear run, he's going to just underneath those bowls. He's played it very well. Very good
nicely
bowl.
played. So holding 3.
Bowls are a metre away. The blue ones are what you're trying to beat. Somewhere here's good.
That's nice direction from Steve Smith there. He said just try and beat the blue bowls.
Yep.
He's essentially saying there's plenty of room here to draw the shot without saying it. He's going to need a good result here.
Oh, he's trucking. He's trucking through the head. So that's another. Oh, it just landed on what was the third shot though. That might have cut those other two out. He's very lucky because if it had missed that, it would have run quite a long way through. And might only be the one shot now.
That went very well there. That went very well.
Yes, just the one. So rather fortuitously, Dusty did cut the score down there.
9-2, and we're on the 7th end of 18.
Come down here. Just flying up to there. Stay above it. Come up, foot.
Roger O'Brien has delivered a jack right to the 2 metre mark. This is one of the longer ends we've seen today.
Very good, Steve. You play this forehand. Even if you're pushing dead up, finishing here. Go back there. Thanks, mate. That's all right. Just your line.
Oh, passing through.
Pretty close there, Quake. Very close, mate. What are you going to do? You going to take the jack? Oh, very clever. Pretty to watch. Great bowling, Johnny. You play up this end now. Very good. Use those.
Handy bowls there.
Play up this end, just drawing up to those bowls.
Yeah, the Central Otago team has been steady in this game, haven't
They
they?
have, yeah. Without being spectacular, steady sums it up, I think, and that's what's given them the edge. They've just been the steadier of the two teams.
That clears that line now. Bob. Bob. Draw inside it, and here.
Onto the jack, sliced it.
He still got the shot, but guess it's the
Good,
length.
Really
First
good
time,
ball,
as you
mate.
mentioned, that they've gone this long, and I think that caused
Really good ball.
Dave Chisholm to
Right through there.
be making sure he.
Working hard, Sam. back to the draw. Drawing around here. Sit there.
Beautiful line for it too.
Weight is good. Good run. You may be able to just drifting around these, eh?
Right, apologies. For some people will be happy, Dave. I think we might have been muted for a minute or so.
Okay.
So, to our fans, congratulations. Sorry, and to those of you who aren't quite such fans, apologies. I think we've made it back. So, anything you have said in the last minute or two, Dave, no one's heard. So, feel free to repeat yourself.
Can't remember what I said now. Good bowl there from Paul Price. Drew the shot on the forehand, which is that hand that we said not many people have been successful on. So, very good bowl.
You don't want to cut inside. You want to finish out here, same wide.
So Howard O'Donnell, has he got that little bit more weight? Yes, he has. He's going to run into his own bowl. Oh, just got an edge of it. And that put him off track to get to the jack. So I think there's still one down. Still one to the Northland boys. Chance for Paul Price to repeat his first bowl and draw another shot on the forehand. So still one to the Northland boys as the skips go to the mat. And okay, so Pat sticking, looks like yes, the way he's approaching the mat, he's going to stick to this backhand. He's got one of his bowls out there in the running, but he'll be looking to just finish either side of that on the draw. Only one down, no need to panic. He's got a pretty good line here. Just going a bit, I sense, yes, just a bit quick. And once again, is that because he's eyeing up that bowl of theirs in the running that he's trying to turn over, and rather than just trying to dead draw the shot? Exceptional sun protection hat there that Dusty wears. Good to see. Good cover in the blazing Canterbury sun. Look at that. What a doozy of a hat that is. Wouldn't go amiss on the farm, that hat. Whereas Pat, the white floppy. Looks like he's changed his hand. Yes, he's having a crack at drawing this on the forehand. And has he got the speed to get there? It's not a bad line. He's close here. He's close. He's drawn it. What a great shot that is. Great bowl, Pat Houlihan. So Dusty Reader just looking to reply to that bowl of Patsy. Just good instructions from Steve Smith just to beat the red bowl to the left of our screen there at 9 o'clock. If he just beats that, he's going to be in the area, but he's a bit quick here. Bit quick. So looks like one more to Patrick Houlihan's Clyde team, courtesy of that shot drawn by Pat Hula himself. That's his nickname, by the way. A lot of people refer to Pat Houlihan as Hula Hoop. And they extend their lead 10 shots to 2. 7 ends gone. So still no cause for alarm, no cause for panic in the Reader camp at all yet. And for Pat Houlihan, it's just a matter of more of the same. Just keep trucking along.
No, you're good. It's we have an audio challenge at the moment. We need maybe 5 seconds since we just need to turn our external feed off and on again. So if you guys are able, there you go.
Down there, Dave.
And that's the frustration. The hardest part of the game for us is getting our speed right. And when you get the speed right and you miss the easy part, which is the line taking, it can be very frustrating. So nothing very close in the early stages of this particular end. So we see Paul Williams in action and he's flying. He's almost going to make it all the way. Yes, all the way into the ditch. So Dave Chisholm now. See if he can draw a close one. They're holding shot, but it's not exactly a close one at the moment. So he'll be looking to tidy that up with this bowl. And he looks to be in the area, just going a little bit as well. So nothing really close here. It's see if Paul Williams can make the adjustment. He went flying into the ditch with his first bowl. Needs to really take a substantial amount of speed off, and he's taken some off. It might be enough to get him the shot, is it?
I'd say so. Yeah, it's a good bowl.
Someone can finally say that they've got the shot. No one had the shot before that bowl. You wouldn't class anyone as having the shot. It was such a scattered head.
Oh, they were on the head. On the rink. Saw Howard play 2 lovely bowls coming in this direction.
As I said, I think he's been the most consistent of the 8 players we've got on display. Pretty good speed again there. Once again, he'll be disappointed to have not nailed his line. The lines might have changed just a little bit out there now with the dropping of the wind. I think this forehand coming towards us was getting some wind assistance to bring the bowls back, and with the wind dropping now, you can see how these bowls are hanging out there a bit more now, although that one was just far too quick.
Oh, it's gone well, hasn't it?
It's got a dream result out of that one. They're holding 2 now, the Northland boys. So Howard just needs to make that line adjustment.
So Howard again.
This looks to be a much better line. Looks like he's going to make the centre line. Has he got the speed to get there? Not quite, I don't think, no. Might have put the commentator's hex on poor old Howard after saying that he was the most consistent player on the rink.
Oh, we've all done it.
Come on.
Oh, that's a well played bowl.
Very good bowl. Holding 3 shots there now.
I feel like one of those was earned and one of them was a little bit fortuitous.
Yep. So, work for Pat Houlihan to do here.
So we think the Central Otago team, yeah, they're 3 down, aren't they?
Yep.
And 9-2 up, 10-2 up on the scoreboard.
Yep.
What's wrong with just drawing?
Some discourse about the shot selection.
Yeah, sounds like a Pat might be playing a little bit of niggle here, but looks like his team are just happy for him to draw. And the way he drew the shot on the last end, can understand why his team only want him to be drawing. You can see here he's played high, wide and handsome. So I think his team might be right. You drew a beautiful shot for us last end, Pat. Just do the same thing again. Sometimes the lure of scoring a number, you can see in behind the 3 shot bowls here, directly down the line, you can see that Pat Houlihan's got 3 red disc bowls sitting there waiting, and I think the lure of trailing the jack to those bowls is getting to him a bit. Instead of just trying to draw a second shot, he's trying to play the big conversion shot.
Do you think, oh, how good would it be if I got this?
Yes, yes. They're a little bit more interested in this one.
It would be this good.
Oh, he's got it.
That's
Look
how
at
good
that.
it would be. Oh, what a shot from Pat Houlihan.
The lure was there and he couldn't resist it and he played it perfectly.
Hook, line and sinker.
He might have gone a little bit too far for those bowls to be counting. Might only be 1 when we get a shot of the head there. Oh, no, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Beautiful bowl.
4 shots, yep.
No, fair enough.
Can't argue with that, yep. I mean, look, the option was there because if he was a bit tighter, he would have sat the shot bowl. But for me, I still think I would have been sure. You wouldn't want to be short, but I would have been trying to draw a second shot there. But Pat played it to perfection, and unfortunately, Dusty has not been able to respond. He's dropped it short. So,
Well, it's such a brilliant bowl from Pat Houlihan. And
huge bowl.
take a 14-2 lead now, comfortable lead for the Central Otago team, courtesy of that bowl.
We're not halfway yet though, so still all is not lost for the Northland boys by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes, 10 ends to play. Go up in 1s and 2s, you'll be okay. Interesting. They're experienced enough too, the Northland team. We've spoken a bit about their record.
Yep.
They've both of these teams actually have won a bronze medal at a Summerset Fours. I know Trevor and Steve and Paul definitely have Northland Gold Stars. I'm not sure about Paul Williams. I think Paul Price has. I think
and they won a national champ Fours too, I think.
that's right.
Yeah, so
Paul Price went very close to winning the inaugural New Zealand mixed pairs with Anne Muir at Central Otago. He was down to the pointy end. So they're experienced enough to look at a 2-14 deficit and think, we can find our way back into this game.
whilst it's not ideal, we still can do the business if we knuckle down here.
Very nice, Craig. Good ball, mate. On ahead, mate. You were in the ditch last time if you didn't hit that. Another metre of weight now.
Nice leading from both of these leads. You'd say Steve Smith on this end has the better lead bowls because he's got 2 bowls in a catching position, even though he's not holding the shot.
Down here, Sam. Very quick. Yeah, very good. Very good. On the head, something on the head.
Paul Williams looks like he's going to drop a bit short here, quite a bit short. So that's where you, those 2 good position bowls of Steve's, that's where you need your 2 to then back that up by drawing the shot. Obviously you want to try and draw the shot, but second prize if a lead doesn't draw the shot is to definitely be over the head. But we always allowed our leads at New Zealand level when I was involved that they were allowed to have the occasional short bowl because they're trying to dead draw to the jack. So yeah. Another pretty scattered head here. Just the one bowl close, really. Comes Howard to add another one to the count.
Has been very steady, hasn't he?
He
Howard
has
O'Donnell.
been. He's just run away there a bit. I mean, it is counting, but it's run away. Beautiful speed. Just once again missed his line.
You're drawing here, like that, or you're coming up this end. There. Pretty clunky up here, so try draw here. Not coming back. Nice push the shot. Yeah. Yep.
A pretty good track here, Howard. It's his own bowl, his own team's bowl that he's run into there and punched it in for another shot. So that could be 3 now. 3 to the Clyde team.
Yeah, remember the score of 14-2. You can't continue to have ends like this for Northland.
No, you can't. And there's another, not such a good bowl. All of those bowls way up there short of the Northland bowls. Those 3 very short ones are all Northland bowls.
Just feel like the game really in danger of slipping out of their hands here.
It is now. I mean, like we were saying at the start of this end that it wasn't panic stations by any stretch of the imagination yet, but this middle stage of the game, you need to start staging that little comeback, get the mat back, you know, change the length up, and then stick your heads down and really grind it out. But they've definitely fired them out of a shotgun on this end, the Northland boys, and consequently they're 3 down.
It's going to come under. Oh,
Pat Hoolan's going to make it 4.
Good try, mate.
Oh, that's a lovely bowl. He's clicked right into gear, hasn't he, Pat Houlihan?
Yes, yep.
Alright, try back, let's go. Let's work in here.
If Dusty can play a big bowl for his team and just give them a lift. No, that's gonna. Oh, he might get a result here.
Oh no!
He might get a result. Oh, it fell back. So he's cut it down to 2.
Come in at it a bit firmer, Terry. Straight line last time, just a little bit more weight. Knock her off.
Do you need a number when you're 14-2?
Yeah, I just think, you know, it depends how much risk is involved here. If the bowl that they're looking to hunt is in front of the jack, which it looks like it is, I don't think it's worth playing that shot. It's too early. I think Pat's just saying, no, I'm going to draw. I think he said, I'm just going to draw.
I think that's a wise decision, to be honest.
Yep. As you say, you play the board now, you're 14-2 up, you're holding 2 shots. Draw another one's good enough, and if you try to play a shot that goes bad on you, you'd never regret, you'd never forgive yourself.
You just...
So, yep, he's just gone back to the draw.
It comes with the experience, doesn't it? They're already holding a couple. Back himself to draw a 3. It's not quite going to, but 14-2 up. Do you need to take the risk here?
Yes, that's
Probably
right.
not. Clyde scorches.
It can get scorching down there too in
Certainly.
Central Otago.
Beautiful area in New Zealand, actually, the Central Otago region. Got a small but strong bowling centre, isn't it? They're really passionate about their bowls down there.
Yep. This looks to be on a better line here from Dusty. Is he going to get down to the jack though? No, he was unfortunately too many holes up there still, and another 2 to Pat Houlihan's Clyde team. 16-2. Now it is starting to get... They have to score on the next couple of ends and get the mat back and get some confidence up, and otherwise it could be an early shower.
Yeah. Certainly how it feels. So for the Central Otago team, it's about continuing to do what they're doing. You know, it's easy to... I find sometimes it's easy when you're 16-2 up to lose a little bit of focus, perhaps, and play some loose bowls, or you might get a little bit bored and look to play an exciting bowl. But in particularly the game of 4s, when it's over 8 ends, if you allow that to happen, that sometimes can be something to rue, because you give your opposition a sniff of an opportunity. And for Northland, they need to just change something. They're not playing as well as they know they can.
Good opener hit from Roger, but it looks like he's going to be undone.
Yeah, good bowl. Good bowl. Maybe this is the way it starts. If Steve can go bang bang.
Yep. Another very good reply though.
They've had an answer of everything, haven't they, the Central Otago team?
Yes. The thing about it, I mean, we talked about Howard O'Donnell being probably the most consistent on the ring, and I still believe that, but the other guys have all contributed. They've all had their turn about it, you know, providing a couple of bowls on the head. And Pat's done a fair bit of mopping up for them as well. He's played some very good bowls.
Hit the green, Dave.
But they have all contributed. No one's abandoned ship at all in the Clyde team.
There's a wee bit more. Just right here. That's the shot ball. You're reaching that ball, a little bit of jack movement. Reaching, got to be here. Thus. Hit the green, Dave. Good try.
From Pat just saying to Dave Chisholm to take your green, mate. Your weight was pretty good last time. Just he might have overcooked the green this time.
Good there. Check. Try that again.
Looks to be well undergrassed.
Be hoping for a fortuitous result here.
Oh, and he's
Up and
got
over.
it. He's rolled it in for shot. Pat having a close, yep, puts his finger down. We're one down to that. Yep, so fortunate. That might be the stroke of luck they need to turn their fortunes around. If they can hang on to this shot, maybe add another one or two to it before the completion of the end. And it might just be the springboard for their comeback.
Get me in the area. Hold up. Hold up. Get the edge of it.
Very briefly was holding.
Yeah, we're not one. We're just drawing. I think he's just going to rock our bowl actually. Coming nicely, spicy. Yeah, good home.
Just a bit quick. But
Unlucky.
so apart from Steve Smith leading for the Northland team, all of the bowls on this end have been played on the forehand, I think, from memory. And look how no one has finished high of the jack. No one has finished on the top side of the jack, apart from that one bowl out there where it was really overcooked. But the rest of the bowls have been finishing tight across the head and have been landing on bowls. The only one is that one to the left of the screen there, obviously, where I think it was Dave Chisholm overcooked his second green taking. But are we going to see some jack movement here? Yes, we are. Is it good jack movement?
Tried to stick around with it.
He's made two, possibly three of it. So a good bowl.
And that's what they needed. You see the blue stickered bowls of the Northland team. It's now about going, if you're in the Northland team's shoes, you're thinking, we just need Pat just to miss two bowls.
Yes,
you know,
let us score here, Pat, and we can, there we go, 3 shots.
And we can start to work something out.
2 and a look in here, shots here.
Beautiful Dreamline XGs nestled up to the Henselite Jack. I wonder if the, I have to check that out. I know we have the heavy jacks, but I wonder if the different makers, you know, you've got Henselite jacks, Nero jacks and Taylor jacks. I wonder if the weight is any different of the different manufacturers. jack. I know in indoor bowls we have modernite jacks which are very light and about 50 years old, and the Henselite jacks which are more dense. It literally just occurred to me that maybe the with a different manufacturer and they might use a different composite in the plastic. You wouldn't think so. You'd think it'd be pretty standard, wouldn't you, with the weight of a jack?
Yeah. Never really thought about. Good question to
Just
ponder.
it's an idle thought. So we outlined somewhere in the law book the size of a jack. I imagine they'd say what weight it has to be. I know indoor ones, they have to be heavier so that they don't jump out of the green and damage anything. And they got their wish. Pat missed his first bowl. Trevor unable to add anything. But at this stage, you'd be expecting to score if you're the Northland team.
Yep. You'll be crossing your fingers and hoping that Pat misses with this bowl, as you said earlier. And I think he has, because he's not there. It's going to drop underneath the head. And so the Northland boys are going to score here, and it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Ideally a 4, but any scoring is good scoring.
Another one. Better line, mate. Come on. You played a good ball here.
This is very close.
Is it going to get there? No, I don't think it is. No. So how many is it? 2 and a look, I think. Take those 2 out. I didn't hear that.
3 it was.
Okay.
So the score now 5-16 after 10 ends, and exactly what the Northland team required.
Okay, so Steve Smith's brought the mat up just a few paces, not a long way up, but it'll just be a subtle difference he's making here to the length.
And the trick is delivering the jack to a legal, they find a legal length. It's been interesting, the BPL, they have that the short jack mark now, which I didn't realise was a rule, but I thought it was quite clever to bring that in.
It's not even a legal length, that short jack.
No, not for everyone else in the world. 21 metres or something.
21, yeah.
Just about sneeze and accidentally get a bowl that far up. We were talking, Dave, earlier about some stories that come out of the Nationals, and there's always sort of stuff that happens off the green, and I was flicking through some of the old content that we have. So this is from 1997, this story, and it involves Kevin Robinson, Neville Risbridge, Stephen Poser and Kevin Boothby, who were all playing out of Waikato at that time.
Know them all, yep.
And his teammates, or the teammates of Neville Risbridge, said, well, if any of us get to the last 4 in any event, we'll go out in sympathy with you, and we'll all shave our hair off and go bald. And it came to pass that Neville Risbridge reached the semi-finals in that year. So Ken Walker's hairdresser wife got on the clippers, and they were all made bald. And there's a beautiful photo in this book of Kevin Robinson, Risbridge, Poser and Boothby, all freshly shaved heads, and that's the sort of story that we get at these Nationals, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look, the amount of reminiscing that would go on when teams get back together and head to the Nationals year after year and sit around and talk. Great bowl here, very, very good leading there. 2 handy bowls. Yes, everyone's got some amazing stories to tell about the Nationals, and the one that I mentioned earlier on about the guys that got lost. And there's if the walls of bowling clubs could talk, they'd
Plenty has happened.
Yep.
No, I I know Kevin Boothby and his wife Gail quite well through indoor bowls, and I must say that he was predicting their future with his choice of hair in 1997.
He was.
He was quite amazing. To just take a side note, Kevin won the New Zealand indoor singles in 1972 in Invercargill, and nearly won it again. He made the final in 2012 in Invercargill. Like 40 years in between. It's incredible. Similar to Morris Symes, I suppose, to bring it back to outdoor. When Morris won the New Zealand fours at Central Otago a few years ago, that was something ridiculous, like 35 years after his previous New Zealand title when he won the pairs. So you can have these long, well, it's more long career than long gap is my point. You can play at a high level for so long in this game.
Good try, mate.
So the Clyde team holding one shot here. Howard O'Donnell's going to try and add to that, playing down that forehand side this time. Looks to be on a good line. He's played a bomb here. Great bowl, Howard. Very, very good.
Oh, beautiful shot. Very impressed with this team.
Yeah, they've definitely played as a team, as I mentioned earlier on. All contributed at different stages of the match. This is in the area too from Paul Price. Is he going to go through the hole again? Yes, he is.
Just found the gap.
Yeah, nice speed to have sat on the second shot or even landed the shot itself. Just a bit unfortunate to find the hole.
Yeah, that helped.
So you're telling me that we've got this beautiful day with sunshine and blue skies, and we're expecting a thunderstorm tomorrow, Dave?
Thundery showers, I think, was what they mentioned. So it might not amount to too much, you never know, and hopefully it might stick a bit further inland.
The idea is to squeeze it in here, so we're moving the jack over there. So we just
I don't think we should allow it. Well, we always ought to find weather for the Bowls New Zealand Nationals, and sometimes we get fine weather, and other times.
Yes, there's been some horror stories in the past, hasn't there? Some of the national events of complete washout sometimes.
Traumatic.
Yes.
Can remember we were at Burnside not that long ago, 2 years ago, for the singles and pairs, and the singles and pairs final day was impacted by rain, and we were literally, there was one rain cloud in Christchurch, and it was over Burnside. You could drive down the road and there was no rain.
No rain.
And the rain cloud was just on top of the Burnside Bowling Club all day. It was the year that Aidan Takarua won the singles, and I interviewed him afterwards, and I remember it was dusk. There was steam. You know, he was talking. I could see the steam coming out of his mouth. I was thinking, what are we doing playing this game? Unforgettable.
And now the wind's back. As well out here, look at that, back again.
Just drawing in here, just onto this one in here.
Typical Christchurch. I lived here for about 5 years, and it didn't take us long to learn to fill your boot with clothes. Got rid of one of the shots there. If it was summertime, you filled your boot with winter clothes, and if it was winter, you filled your boot with summer clothes. It was. We went to a football match, a summer league football match. Beautiful day like this, nice and warm, 24, 25 degrees. Sitting in the stand, and just before half time, there was just a little puff of a bit of a cold breeze.
Yeah.
And 10 minutes into the second half, we had to go home. It just turned like that into a southerly front that hit, and it was freezing cold. And so that was when we learned, fill the boot with clothes. I don't think Christchurch is alone in having those sorts of
No.
changes in conditions around the country. We get a lot of cities that are like that, aren't we?
All the seasons.
Yep.
Disappointed with that one.
Yeah.
Holding the shot though, the Central Otago team.
So what are the Northland boys going to try here? They're trying to get the edge of the bowl. I think that's a good call. I mean, they need to probably score again. Try and get a bit of momentum going. So they need to definitely try and score here. So look for the edge of this bowl, chip it off, turn it onto the jack. Hopefully it spits it back to your own bowl. Let's see if he's able to do that. Not a bad line.
He's close.
Yes, he is close. Oh, he's just going to stay on the high side.
Just holding that little bit.
So Pat with a chance to draw the bonus, and the Clyde boys are going to score again here unless Pat does something a bit silly. But
Jerry, you're going to just turn this one over. All it needs is a touch. There'll be a shot as soon as it rolls over in here.
yeah, he's tight and short. So just the one. 17-5 now.
And 11 ends gone. Central Otago.
12 shots in 7 ends they need. So
Just blowing out. Holding it. Try back. One down.
Yeah, Central Otago certainly have the ascendancy at the moment. It's going to take something quite remarkable from the Northland team, you feel, to turn it around, because it's not just one player who's going to need to improve. We need sort of at least 3 or 4 of the 8 need to change how they're playing. It's either going to come from Central Otago if 2 of their players fall off a little bit. Maybe that will be enough for Northland to work their way back in, or if Northland can get a couple of their players playing more effective bowls, it might be a way, but it's not. One person can't win this game for Northland at the moment.
No, definitely not. And what a great start from Roger O'Brien there for the Clyde team. He's come on the last few ends. He's played 2 or 3 very, very good solid ends from lead. He's well down again here. Two awesome opening bowls here.
Oh, that's just brilliant.
Very, very good stuff.
Yeah, if Roger can do that for the next 5 or 6 ends, Northland can't win.
No, you're right. Well, it's going to take a Herculean effort for them to win if he keeps doing that, keeps getting bowls on the head like that. Steve would be pretty disappointed with his leading in this game.
We had that magic moment on about end 3, I think, where he drew 2 within a couple of inches, and that's been just about it, I think, Dave.
The disappointing thing for him there too with those 2 is the good weight that he's got. He's missed the easier part of the deal. He's missed his line with both of those bowls. And meanwhile, the old Clyde boys just keep lobbing them in there.
Yeah, that's what you're going to do. Follow those down.
Oh, if anyone was wondering, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast I thought my great aunt might have played for the Carmo Bowling Club, and I was correct. She would have been known as Lil Richards. That was her surname then, but I knew her as Auntie Chat.
Okay.
So my mind didn't fail me. I checked with my mother. I was like, oh, I think I was right when I said this. So that's that connection. lovely to see bowls being given room to breathe, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Just a bit quick that time, but yeah.
It's the beauty about a club like Burnside, and to be fair, I would say the vast majority of the greens in use at this Nationals, because Christchurch is one of those centres that have the quality greens, but you're allowed to, it's not stressful to take your green.
Yep.
Because you know your bowl's
You
got
can
to
trust
come back to the centre line.
You can trust it. There's nothing better than seeing your bowl drift way out and just nicely turn back to the centre line. This comes down to another good saying, believing what your eyes are telling you. You know, you see people who continually play narrow, and you just and they keep saying to themselves, I can't have to go that wide to get. I shouldn't have to see my bowl way out there to come back, but you've just got to learn to believe what your eyes are telling you. Yes, you do have to go out that wide.
This bowl from Paul, we're going to see it cut across the head. Not that much actually, just a little bit.
3 good shots there to the Clyde boys at the moment.
Nice line.
Yeah, he's well grassed again here, is he? Is it going to come back? Yeah, that's pretty close to the centre line. He just dropped it just a foot or so short of running, foot or two.
And this has been one of the challenges. I've just not seen a lot of effective bowls from the Northland team, and they know they're better.
And it's obviously, yes, I was just going to say the same thing. It's obviously unusual for them. We know their record. We know that they're competent players, and it looks like all 4 of them have decided to have an off day at the same time, which is a shame. You know, they just haven't hit their straps at all in this game, but we know they're better players than that.
It can make it really hard too if no one's fighting it, because it's hard to get challenged to get inspiration. In a fours team, usually it's like a domino effect, isn't it? You could be struggling, but if our 2's playing really well, you try and lift your game to match their ability. But if all 4 are struggling, it can be very hard to find a way to kick yourself into gear. It just feels like that might be what's happened to the Northland team in this match.
It's one of those ones where the chess part of the game hasn't come into it today, because they just haven't been playing good enough to be able to even start building heads and looking for opportunities. So
the challenge just felt quite different, hasn't it?
he might sit the second shot here. No, not quite. So he's still 3 down, and 1 bowl left to play on this end. Pat just a bit quick by the look of the way the arms were waving there to slow the bowl down.
No change.
Can Dusty inspire his team here by drawing the shot?
He's trying.
He's in the area. He's going to have to stop though because he's not got enough green again. That's going to run away. You beautiful weight. Is it 3? I'm going to measure the third. And this game now is definitely slip sliding away from the Northland boys big time. Three.
So
3 it is.
yeah, just an excellent team effort from the Central Otago, and if they keep playing like this, it's steady. I mean, it's not magic bowls, but it's extremely steady bowls. Very hard team to beat, you would think, if they can keep this warm up and get through into post section. Fours is one of those events where your steady teams often find themselves right through to the point end. More so, I think, sometimes in a pairs event or singles, obviously, it's usually I say superstars in inverted commas, but usually those teams bubble through to the end because you can make such a difference with your 3 bowls each. But fours, we often see are steady, what you just about call club teams, Dave, often make their way right through to the extreme pointy end of the national fours events.
You're dead right. You've only got to look at some of the previous winners too, as we see a very good bowl here. That's a good one from Steve Smith. Roger O'Brien had drawn a very, very good shot himself, and Steve just arrived. Yeah, look, sure there were some unbelievable dream teams, as we referred to them, that did have some fantastic runs. But then you also had a sprinkling of those club teams, as you refer to them. It was, there's one that I remember in particular from 1998. Andre Smith, Lloyd Gallup, Kevin Greenwood and Bob Dowling. They were all from Blenheim. They're a composite team, but a couple of them played at the Blenheim Club, I think, in the Havelock Club. And so teams like that were... and then, as I said, there was some fantastic, strong teams with the Gary Lawsons, Bruce McNish, Andrew Curtin, Stu Butter. Fantastic team they were, and they had a real good run of victories at the event. But yeah, as you mentioned and as I've said, there's been a sprinkling of just club teams, as you say, that have got to, have been successful on the stage as well. It's
not necessarily winning it every time, but like if you look at the finals or down to the semis, was there a fours team? What was it? 10 years ago, one of them was like someone who was a coal miner and had moved to Christchurch and was skipping for someone else and someone else and someone else. And you look through I apologise, I can't recall the names. But I remember reading the newspaper article, and you look who they'd beaten in post section, just because they get a lot. You get teams that get along and have played a lot of club bowls together.
Yep.
Fours, funny stuff can happen. That'll be interesting to completely switch my point, but we had a look at the. I can confirm there are a number of gold stars that are sitting in the chat room office if anyone is looking to acquire one. Because there's a number of gold stars that could be given out at this Nationals. We've got Ali Forsyth is sitting on 9 titles, so would you bet against that? That he'd get to 10?
Kitty's Bartwee's gold star, yep.
Mandy Boyd's on 8. Has an amazing fours team and an amazing mixed pairs team. Wouldn't bet against that one.
Yep.
I think Kirsten Edwards is on 4.
Okay.
So there's just the number, we're looking through, there's a number of players who are
A chance of...
one title away from something quite remarkable.
Yep. Good bowl here from Howard O'Donnell again. Hasn't got the shot, but it's another good second.
You played it well, Craig. Yes, mate. Could be shot at shell. Shot at shell. Shot at shell.
Northern will be pleased to be holding on here, but that feels like they need to score more than ones to be a chance.
Oh, yeah, well, they have to.
Well, literally.
Only 6 ends to go. Ones are only they're going to get beaten 20 to 11. So, yep, they need a number, 2 or 3 ends where they score a decent number of 3s or 4s.
Quite a cool camera angle there.
Yeah. Hello, having a wee nibble at the shot bowl. And
He's got
close.
it. Oh, that is...
What a sensational shot that was.
That was really good. That's a fantastic bowl.
3 shots out of it. Great shot.
And he's allowed himself a smile there as well, which
Yep.
is fair cool. Just hit it. Now we talk about, we watched a game of Adam Blitcher in the first round of section play where there was, you could almost sense the frustration from the team. It's similar with the Northern one, and sometimes it's just, you look at the head like that and you think, oh, I'll just hit it.
Yep. Yep.
Loosen up the arms. More controlled than me, Paul.
Yep, underneath and swinging away.
I think there's part of it too, where if you have been playing this type of game and it's not been working, you almost think you're better to die trying. So, well, why not switch to super aggressive? You know, if we're 25 down and there's 6 ends to go, is there harm in just going, well, maybe we'll just start attacking from the 3 position or the 2 position? If it doesn't look like I'm going to score a 4 this end, kill it and start again.
Yep, it's not silly. You know, it's a change. It's changing your mindset. It's making a change, and it's not a silly idea. You know.
Ultimately, it's a losing game plan at the moment.
Yep.
So, worst case scenario is you lose quicker. What's the harm?
Steve's just told him here to have a go at this.
I like that call.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's got to draw within a couple of inches to get the shot. He's let this one go and studying it through the hole.
Swing and a miss. It just about feels like it may be handshake time if Trevor misses this or Dusty misses this bowl.
Pat ran into his own and rolled that up. That's no, it's still only 3 and a look. It might be 4. Dusty having another crack here. See if he can kill it.
Well,
Whoopsie.
he could get a bit of luck.
Whoopsie.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh my
oh,
word!
you're joking.
Oh my word!
No. Has he scored? Tell me he's not scored.
Oh, that was atrocious. That is embarrassing almost. He was that wide.
Oh,
That was an embarrassing shot.
I think he may have scored.
Well, let's have a look. They're still wandering around pointing at things.
He's got a bowl in the ditch.
Whoops, they've picked the jack up. They've decided what's happened.
Oh, dearie me.
It's 1, 2. Is it 1 or more than 1? Let's have, yep, 7. 2. They got 2 out of it. Well, well, well.
That is quite unbelievable.
What a horrible shot.
Oh, bowls.
Yep.
Well, you know, you just
Yes, that was that bad. That was embarrassing. He was so wide. He was a good metre and a half offline. Anyhow, won't go on about it. Moving right along.
It's the sort of thing that's funny because of the scoreline, but wouldn't have been funny if it was a closer
that's right.
game. You know,
That's
yeah.
true.
Oh, that's great. But look, they've taken their chance, and if we look from this angle, look how far up Steve Smith walked the mat up a
Trying
considerable
something
way.
different.
So they're still battling away here.
Trying
this,
something different. Yep, good on
Camo
them.
team. I mean, you may as well. If you're not trying to win, why are you still playing the game?
Absolutely.
So,
yep.
good to see.
Yeah, another good opener there from Roger O'Brien. He's really latched on to things over these last half a dozen ends.
He started off real good as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
That first few ends.
Been very consistent over these last 4 or 5 ends, that's for sure.
Yeah, Roger, you just draw another one there now. Got your line. Going well. Good ball. Yeah, stay there. You're drawing well there. Just drop under that ball. That's what happens when you get frustrated and you lose your form. You lose your kick. Yeah, it does. Right. We all know that feeling, don't we?
So it was 1998, to your point before, Dave, when the fours was shortened to 18 ends, apparently, the national fours.
Right.
So it was 3 games a day in 1998. And the statement from the New Zealand bowler at the time was that with the fours shortened to 18 ends to get in 3 games per day, there may be 1 or 2 more upsets than usual. Teams getting the good starts will have the advantage, and the cagey skips will not be able to pace the game as they would over 25 ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, good try, buddy.
And that was the year 98 when the club team came through and won.
Andre Smith and yep, okay.
Not mentioned in the preview.
Got him? Yes, Jack. Got him clean. Got to get him clean. That's the idea. Okay.
Pat's happy with that one. That's the idea, he says. To Howard O'Donnell, another good shot. Might have made 2 of it. They have got their own bowl at the back there.
That's the shot there. You try and draw it. I'll draw the first one, eh?
He's close here. This is a great reply. Paul Price.
Oh, lovely bowl.
Very good bowl.
You're looking to the kitty into the ditch for 3. Sit the bowl or the kitty.
Well, you heard it all yourselves there. Bowl or the kitty was the call from Pat Houlihan.
No, fair enough.
Yep, no danger really, and good opportunity to go hunting the bowl. Well, they've all
There is this bowl. Oh, it's out there.
They all stood up a bit early there, so obviously nowhere near being close.
Yep, same again.
Half a chance again here.
Has he got the running? Not quite.
You got to drive that on your forehand.
Changing his hand now. Forehand drive. This will be just about a shake hands time if he bellies this jack into the ditch.
Oh, just about.
So it's still on, and he got rid of the bowl that was in the front there. That means that Pat might be able to play the shot on the backhand now when it's his turn to play, but it's Dusty that gets first look at this head.
So what would happen if nothing would happen? Oh, that's disappointing. I was trying to use my telestrator, but it's not working. Gutted, Dave, because I was about to ask a question. I saw a plant up the front. But that's the end of that. It's been quite a stressful day in the broadcast booth, I must admit.
Pat on the hunt here. Now, can I point out something here?
Yes.
They've played out of order. Dusty won the last end, remember, with his fluke, and they've gone marching down to the mat, and they've played out of order.
You're not wrong.
Well, that's high, wide, and handsome. I don't know whether it's going to come back on the rink at all. No. Pat was that keen to have a crack at this bowl and all the jack, and he's close with this one. He's got the bowl.
Oh, clean as a whistle.
Great bowl. Well done.
Beautiful shot. Have they figured it out yet? Are they
Holding
thinking?
three. No, they haven't. No one's noticed it. They played out of turn.
And I think we'll see this be the last end here.
Unless he draws the shot here. Playing out of turn, but he's not bad. He's a bit quick, as he might get second shot. One.
No, not gonna.
They're not going to shake hands. Maybe they feel that because they're on the TV rink, they have to keep going.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So we're
4 ends to go. 14 behind. 21-7 score.
Now, why is Steve Smith going first?
Ah, good point. Maybe he did draw it with that last bowl. Okay, sorry, we'll apologise, boys. We'll go back to
20 shots to 8, isn't it?
20 shots to 8.
And we're on the 16th.
We're on the 15th.
15th end. Cool.
15th
That's what the scoreboard says.
Yep.
Well, that would probably explain why they're still going.
Yeah, 4 ends to go. They need 12 shots to draw level. So once again, they still need a big end somewhere where they get more than a 1. They need a 4 or 5 somewhere just to really bring them back into it.
Yeah, ones aren't going to do it. It'll get you into double figures. I suppose realistically you want to play the last end, so you think, what's it, 15, 16, 17, you've got 3 ends worth of scoring, you want to get within 8 within 3, so that'd be what, 4 shots, 5 shots you play the last end. It's gone the single teapot.
Yeah.
One hand on hip and walk away.
good line here. He's close. Just going to drift past the jack, but what a very good home. Obviously, Paul Williams with his handicap that he's got there, but that doesn't hinder him, especially when you look at the bowl that he's just produced there.
Lovely, delightful bowl.
Great to see players like Paul playing our sport. Shows that, you know, doesn't matter what your disability is, you can still have a crack at this great game of ours.
I think it's one of the special things about our game is how accessible it is. There are extremely low barriers to entry when you talk about playing bowls. You know, most clubs have bowls that you can use if you should so need them.
Yep.
We have a number of systems to make it easier to play a bowl. If you can't get down, we have bowling arms, etc., etc. Very affordable subs, and you can play it at any time and as much or as little as you like. It's a perfect sport. Little feather and through the split. Oh, just about.
Still 2 to Northland, but it's not looking like a 4 or a 5 end building for them. They the two reasonably handy close bowls from the Clyde boys means that the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim, but you never know. I think Pat will be calling for. Oh, here's another counter. Yep, that's good. 3 shots. I think Pat will be saying, you rate, yep, hit that. He's pointed at it down through there. He'll be looking to get that split of the 2-shot bowls or get onto his own bowl. It's just short of the 2 shots. Really winding up here.
He's got a lovely. Oh, he's missed that one. I was about to say he's got quite a nice drive, eh? Howard O'Donnell gets it out nicely.
Yep. He might have tried to overcook that one a little bit. Earlier on he was playing with a little bit less weight than that. Still very good. Plenty of weight, enough to do the damage, but he really did give that one a watto. This one's in the area again. Maybe they are going to get this 4 or 5 here.
Well, look, I mean, it's what they needed to do, and this is...
Yes, they've got
this
4
is
now.
A great head from the Northland team. I think you wind up and hit it again.
Have to eat my words, mentioning earlier on that it didn't look like it was going to be a 4 or 5 end, but it is at the moment.
You might be right in about 7 seconds.
Something's happening this time. Yep, he's got
Good
all.
bowl. Those are the bowls you need to back your opposition to miss when you are 8 to 20 down.
Yep.
Because you can't afford to not build the heads up, so you just have to build the head and go. If they get it, they get it, and if they don't get it, we have a number. And on that occasion, they got it. So a beautiful bowl there from Howard O'Donnell.
It looks like it's only 1 down now for the Clyde team. Looks like 1 to Northland, just at the angles that those bowls were on. Yeah, the one blue disc bowl there looks like it's the shot. But plenty of room for the skips here.
You would expect one of the next 4 bowls to be the shot, wouldn't you? There's
See if
enough
they
space.
play in the right order this time.
I don't think. I reckon if you go talk to them afterwards,
They won't even
no,
realise that it happened.
No.
Yeah.
no one. There was probably, you get when something's not quite right, there'd be like a vague warning bell ringing. You're thinking, oh.
I think Pat was so in love with the shot that he was going to play. He just got up to the mat and picked his bowl up and wanted to have a go at it. And so I think that's what possibly happened. He was so keen and eager. That one might have a bit too much running.
To the ditch, and Pat will draw the shot here.
Ooh, confident call.
Yeah, I'd it's got Australian socks on. Anyway, I think he'll draw the shot. I'm very confident. He's got a nice line. He wouldn't go into the ditch and prove me wrong, Pat.
Oh, he's quick.
Stop.
Oh, he's got the jack,
through
though.
the jack.
He got the jack. Oh.
Just as I predicted. You got a toucher anywhere, Dusty? Don't think so.
So that's an unbeatable bowl in there. Sitting, I think it's almost touching the jack in the ditch, so that's just impossible to beat. See whether they shake hands this time.
The only reason they may not is that their bowling bags will be down
the other
end.
Good call. Well, you have to keep it up on the paddock this time. Yes, and he's drawn another shot, I think.
Oh,
there it
very
is
top
up
of
there.
your screen.
Yeah. Not sure whether it's in or not. Oh no, just the one.
One down.
Still be positive to it, Sam. That's us right behind there, and Ash is back to your team.
Oh, they're going to have a look at it. Get the tape out, are they? Oh no, just the one. Oh no, they're getting the tape. I think I might have heard Dusty say to Pat, we'll play him back down this way, so your theory, I think, is right. Alex, that they're going to play the bowls back to their bags.
Seen some skillful use of a measure here. So they're going from the bowl to the jack because the jack is in the ditch, so it's easier to put the body of the measure at the bowl. Two. So the score now heavily in favour of the Central Otago team, and I think we'll see the bowls played back, and that'll be that. Been an interesting game. I think obviously the Northland team will be disappointed with how they've played, but when you're part of one of those performances and you're as good as the Northland team are, I'd be surprised if they let it impact the rest of their nationals. You just go, it's brilliant for the team from Camo that this is the final game of the day, because they're not going to be back at Burnside for a few days, right? So you've played that game, you go, oh well, that could have gone better. We'll start again tomorrow on whatever club they are at.
Let's
tomorrow.
regroup, and yep, definitely.
Lovely bowling.
Two very good opening bowls from the leads there. I wonder if we'll see a brilliant end here from the Northland guys now that they're in relaxed mode, and perhaps it might be an indication of what they should have been doing earlier, just relaxing and letting it happen and not getting stressed. And
It happens, eh?
Yep.
I never like it when my opposition says, oh, we'll play one more end. I go, ugh. Of course, you'll score a number, and then we'll play one more end, and so on and so forth.
It's only it's their first loss. They won their first two, so they're still very much in the hunt. In fact, it'll be the same for Pat Houlihan too. He would have won 2 out of his 3 games. So
This is Steve's first bowl on his forehand.
oh, it is too. He has switched to the forehand, eh? Just to prove that he can do it.
Nothing wrong with the forehand.
That ball just needs to turn over, or you sit for your ball.
Be interested to see how many qualifiers we end up getting for the National Fours. It's been really pleasing to see the numbers. So we've got 148 men's fours teams entered this year, which is the most we've had in probably 15 years. It was 100 in Taranaki, 120 in Central Otago, 101, 104, 89, 82, 78. You know, we were sort of in the 60s and 70s for a long time there. So to get back to 148 entries in the men's fours is
it's awesome.
Is fantastic. I think it's literally 2006 or 2007 was the last time we had an entry bigger than that in the men's fours. And the women, 68 entries this year, and in 2018 they had 36.
Yeah.
So we've essentially seen a doubling in the entries in both the men's fours and the women's fours, and it feels like the event has a bit of life in it.
Absolutely, yes. It's gaining in popularity year on year, it seems, over the last few years, as you say. And I think when it comes to the fours, one of the reasons for that is the mixed pairs straight after. I think that a lot of women come down as a fours team, and they've got the men are playing in the men's fours, and they get together after the fours are over. And so I think that's what's helped both the men's and women's fours, is the fact that there's
mixed pairs.
Mixed pairs comes after it.
276 entries in the mixed pairs this year. It's like that's ridiculous. That's more than we had in the men's pairs, which was 218, and the women's pairs was 100. So we've, it's probably the biggest pairs event that Bowls New Zealand would administer in the year, and that's up on 246 last year, which was up on 232 the year before, which was up on 180 the year before that. So
it's just continued to grow in popularity, isn't it? Yep.
Certainly an exciting space to be in, that people are enjoying travelling to the Summerset Nationals and participating. Paul Price has been asked to draw on his backhand. Doesn't look thrilled with that one. That would be why.
That's a good guide for you. Under that.
I enjoy that from a skip. You hear that often, because it does a multiple. I know. I mean, this is a nothing end, because they've essentially agreed that's the final one. But if you heard through ambient mic, Paul's played a poor bowl. Pat says that's a good guide for you, and so immediately it's a positive for your team. The person who's played the poor bowl is going, not only have I played a bowl that's forgettable, but now it's a good guide for the opposition. On the forehand now. Needs it to let go from there. It's a good guide for himself. Look at this. Use it. Oh, he deserved a feather off his own bowl, I think. It would have been funny.
So it has been a comprehensive performance from the Clyde boys, but I think, we all agree that the Northland boys just haven't been up to their normal standard. We know that they can play better than this, but yeah, so it's been very one-sided right from the word go. Only 4 ends have been won by the Northland guys.
Just one of those games, and we've all been there, where it just hasn't clicked for the Northland team.
Just hasn't happened. Yep, and sometimes that can happen, as Pat looks very close to getting this shot bowler. He's going to get the jack. He got a touch on it. Great shot.
I've been pretty
great
impressed.
Shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots he's got there now.
Pretty impressive from Pat Houlihan.
Very well played.
He was fair to middling for the first half, and then he played a bowl we didn't think he should play for a 4 or 5.
That's right.
And he hasn't looked back.
Yep.
He's been unbelievable.
Yep.
Did you hear that from Steve Smith in the background? He said, "Oh, we don't have any wing bowls this time."
So even they can see the humour in that shot that Dusty played a few ends ago.
Excellent.
Run hard, Patrick.
Oh, don't want it to run hard.
Oh, he's in the ditch.
Oh, his first bowl was good. I think we'll find this will be the last bowl of this match. Here we go. Can he make anything happen? Dusty Reader.
Nothing. Shaking hands time.
And that's that. And like, as we said, a comprehensive win there to the Central Otago team. In the end, it was quite a few to 8. But such is life. Thank you for joining me in commentary for today, Dave. It's been an interesting day of bowls, and tomorrow, of course, we have the women's fours, which I'm looking forward to. Hopefully, the weather will hold for us, and for our viewers, remember the broadcast starts at 12 o'clock for the women's fours. Well, actually, just put 12 o'clock in your diary for the rest of the week, because that's pretty much when we're going. Slightly earlier for the mixed pairs. I think it might be 1:45 and we broadcast from Fendleton. But that's all from us here from Bowls New Zealand, live from the Burnside Bowling Club, bringing you the first day of the New Zealand Fours section plate. We'll be back tomorrow at 12.
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page-turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.